Whoops! I accidentally was playing. I was playing the game like this instead of like this. Whoopsie.
It's all a shitstorm anyway.
Yeah. Shitstorm. That's pretty.
V, this time I needed to restore the natural balance in this city. A Valentino dropped the cup and has gone unpunished. You can change that. If you find out who's covering for the gang, then I'll pay extra.
Ooh.
Spec attached.
En caso de lluvia ácida, se recomienda a quienes padezcan problemas respiratorios que se queden en casa.
Yeah, now my stomach feels weird. Probably not gonna be doing this for long. It's okay. It's okay. What the fuck? Trauma team, we apologize for delay. We must resolve it formality before our service can be prevented. The fuck are you? Indecipherable cry of pain. Sir, are you alright? Your vital signs are displaying further damage. I'm gonna die out here like a fucking gong. Die, you fuckers. Would you describe the situation you're currently in as life-threatening? Come, you piece of shit, just move your head a little bit. Die. Hello? You don't turn over here yet? Sir, according to our system, your membership expired last week. Since then, your account has been seized by law enforcement. Come on, people, I'm dying out here. We'll settle the bill later. Just quick stalling, please. For fuck's sake, I'm Gopher. I swear on my mom's life. We're probably sorry, but we cannot help you. God. We got fucked. Ugh. There's an opening. Go to the bus, people. This thing.
Shop tomorrow.
Well, that's what he wants.
He disappeared!
Can you spot the two things that don't match?
Give up.
Oh, yeah.
Hint 1, Militech. Hint 2, Valentino.
gonna grab some beers. You coming with?
You fuck. Nancy? Not enough action with la policía?
It ain't a long walk. Relax. Whatever, brother.
Who would have thought?
Well, well, either they're planning a costume party, or they're gearing up for a different sort of party. I'm intrigued in either case.
No.
Militech
Interesting.
ammo. Each shell's like a signature, leaving behind a trail.
A trail back to Militech.
Boom. Dead, and all eyes are on the corp, at least for a little while.
No, fuck that! That ain't our deal!
Jose, you thought you broke the leash, but we merely loosened it.
The deal was to attack your convoy, not an entire fucking Arasaka facility!
Testing our friendship, Jose.
You... Puta!
Go ahead, back away, make your noise. Show me you're all so dangerous. Then scamper away like mice. It's nothing you couldn't handle. Pleasure talking as always.
Fucking pinche ramera de mierda.
Jose, our patience has its limits. We paid your bail because we already invested in you, and investments needs return. But you are not untouchable. You fuck up again, you get into another gong shootout. Instead of our help, you get a rope around your neck. Remember, Arasaka pays for solving problems and punish it for creating new ones. And stay close to the hollow. We'll call you soon and tell you exactly how you're going to attack our facility. Remember that people need to die and that you have to use Militech equipment we give you. To the media, it has to look like a Militech squad attack on Arasaka facility. That is all. Praise be Santa Muerte, and remember, she gives life as she takes life. Ay. That guy almost saw me. Nice, nice. Padre, we got to answer.
It's V. Took care of Jose.
Nice work. Really, really nice work. Did you learn who busted him out after he killed that badge?
Arasaka.
Arasaka. You're telling me a megacorp was involved in the killing of some ordinary beat cop?
Joffrey's death was an accident. Jose was covered for another reason.
I'm still listening.
He and his crew were hired to launch a full-blown assault on an Arasaka facility, and do it using Militech equipment.
Attacking Arasaka. on Arasaka's behalf. Shit. Need to get out of there.
You know more than you're telling. Spill.
I'm just speculating here, but
Out with it.
there's a good chance that Arasaka's looking to pick a serious fight with Militech. Maybe even all-out war.
And? Jose's hit was meant to be their excuse? Kinda slim, don't you think?
It's not just Jose. I've heard of other cases. Same MO. This runs deeply.
And Militech? Must have noticed Arasaka's moves.
Likely. But Militech doesn't want war. They will delay, prepare, and prepare some more.
That info's worth a healthy heap in some circles.
Not this time, no. Not my board, not my game. See you around, B.
Yeah, be seeing you.
Your bonus is ready to collect. I have one more favorite, so let's forget this ever happened. Oops. Como tú dices, padre, como tú dices. Hermosa. Right. Yeah, that made my stomach feel weird. Listen, V, gunfight broke out in a cafe on the waterfront. So what's going on over there? See what's going on over there, okay? If it's a cyber problem, I want that problem to stay alive. A popular cafe with a beautiful view of the ocean, usually crowded at this hour. It acquired cult notoriety after a Shogun sister was filmed there, and it's Hewen's favorite eatery. Poor thing, lying in a coma after an allergic reaction to tannins. Anyways, cafe's booked now for some buggy reception. Few of the guests are already arrived, and the news leads were getting their stills taken. That's when it all started. I guess someone seriously objected to this holy metronome. No, but I don't want to find the cyber psycho right now. No.
Call my mama, say we rich, that my bank account look good. Just like I got my wish, time to bust down here rich. Had it on my face, yeah, my heart break. Scared of shit, say it to your face. Had it on my face, yeah, my heart break. I ain't scared of shit, say it to your face. Had it on my face, yeah, my heart break. I ain't scared of shit, say it to your face.
esa pinche cabeza que tienes? ¡Te la voy a arrancar!
I love that shit. Last one.
I have a better day than this.
Sorry, cutie. Better luck next life. If you make it there. If you even make it there. Seven, eight, nine, 7, 8, 9, but the ding, 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 that is on my face. Damn it. So 1C F E9. Is it unit E9? Okay. No, I don't care. I want money. Bad. No, my bad. That demons on my body. I don't care about net runners. I don't care about net runners. I don't care about that. Initiate to the enemy. I don't care about that. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. That's actually pretty good. No, I think this is actually pretty good. Okay, +2. This will be really good. You're not the best, but it's good. Yeah, I feel sick after smoking that now.
Attention all NCPD subcons. APB out for suspected organized crime activity on Skyline South. Primary target is Denzel Cryer, aka
the Barra. Crier's leads a subgroup called animal gang known to traffic illegal substance called juice.
City's got a reward on offer for neutralizing Cryer and his entourage.
I'm fuck that guy first.
estamos en el late. Metiéndole heavy, tú estamos ready. Stop, go, cuando los steady, wow, wow, dale con vida. Para ser el mejor, el mundo entero, subiendo adrenalina.
No, the fuck not. Some more? No. No more. Where are you, Puto? There you are. Jesse Sabara. Uh oh. Boom! I love it when they blow up. Life's too short to be slow. Ooh, Ying Long. Add additional electrical damage with small chance to play EP on member. And it's a smart gun, dude. Nice. Alright, but I'm glad I did that one. No, well, I'm glad it starts like that. You know, I'm glad, but fuck. I mean, I can make it. None of them have the yellow letters. Not missing any legends. Nope, not missing legends. Alright, so I got demons all over my body. Cool. But noise. Yay. Oh man, stomach. Don't even have it. I don't even know if I have it. I need this stuff, I think. Let's see. What do I have? Yeah, it's purple already. Ooh, reboot already on that level. Don't mind if I do. God damn, is on my bad. Alrighty. So we don't need system collapse. I guess we could use that one and ping. We're definitely crippled. Yeah, we could use this. We don't have ping yet. We got system collapse. but we don't really use the system collapse. I guess you could just wipe their memory. Bah. Bah. I got feeling what I love in my body. I can upgrade this shit already. There we go, a whole bunch of more. Fuck. That was... all these 1Cs don't have a BD, man. No BDs, no BDs, no BDs. Damn, man. No, this one's horrible. I'm feeling a little sick after smoking that, I'm not gonna lie. After smoking this shit, it is a vape thing. I take a big hit, it made my stomach feel so weird. I might stop playing. Fuck. Move. I get cyber psychosis? Holy shit. I got cyber psychosis already. That's hilarious. Look it, why not? Look it. Who's having it? Why not? Why not? Why not? Alright, James. Gig's gonna take some work. Gonna deliver some juice to a few actors. This is, you know how they are. Nobody can know they're using. So call around, find some normal looking tunes and call in a favor. Buzz me when you find the right piece to transport the juice. Pasan. That's how good he does. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of cops there. Let me drive. Go for them, bump, bump. Oh shit! Started. Hey you! Hey 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 hey. Buddy, buddy, you got the wrong person, buddy. He survived the headshot. That was cool. Buddy, what are you doing, buddy? Thank you, buddy. He's right there. Love that game. Well, just one of those chippy chips.
¡La perra se esconde! ¡Tu primo baja!
I can't overheat. I wasn't hiding, I was just preparing. Or is that the even dead yet? Mira, viste. All we gotta do is just wait until our cyber Rams thing go back.
Fortunately, after their rescue and following a brief rest for technical evaluation, the miners were able to immediately return to work.
Immediately return to work. That sounds like it wasn't cool.
What should I do?
Die. You could always die.
Won't lie, V. I got a shit job for you. Political meaning. You'll need to grab some dirty docs on Javier Alvarado, advisor to the mayor. Intel says you'll find them in the office of El Pinche Pollo.
El Pinche Pollo. Pinching chicken. Pinching chicken.
Details, scan the attachment.
Gracias, padre. Still alive. No. No, not memory wipe. Fuck.
She attacked me!
A lot of explosives. Okay, I know, Padre, you want me to go there, Padre, but Padre, I don't want to go there. I'm doing something else right now, Padre. Come on. Oh man, that shit got me so sick.
Nervios a los dientes. En cuanto empezamos a taladrar, empezó a moverse como loco. Parecía que...
Shut up! No one fucking cares about your story of did someone wrong or whatever the fuck. What about these two? Nothing. Another laptop? Hello, pretty laptop. Got nothing? Oh, but just me, Now they get nothing but yellow. Yoo-hoo. After this, I'm gonna go see a Ripper Dog, and then I'm probably gonna finish. There's a lot of you. I didn't see ya. No, you scared me, brother. You're gonna fuck me? You sound like a girl, though. What do you mean, wee? I'm fighting the bag. They probably hold someone hostage and I kill them. But they didn't do anything, man. I'm the only one doing something. I mean, yeah, I'm horrible at hostage situations, but come on.
Tear the sucker to shreds!
Okay, so you just need to be like this. You need to go to sleep. And then combination with this. What were you doing here again? Memory wipe. I didn't want to do it. I wanted to burn them, but I keep forgetting which one's which.
Calling all NCPD subcons. Suspected organized crime activity reported on Skyline South. Group of the Valentinos led by Zoe Alonzo at large.
Zoe Alonzo.
Includes armed robbery, extortion, kidnapping, and first-degree murder. Night City authorities offering a reward for neutralizing Alonzo's criminal network.
Okie dokie. Whenever she calls, those people have legendary, uniques, right? I think so. I think that's what's been happening. 77, but no 55, huh? But there isn't a 77. Yeah, 55 I see, no 55 I see. So none of these have I see. I see isn't even anywhere. I don't see IC anywhere. Nah. I fucked up. Oh wait, I got money. Even the cop got it. Fucking idiot. We're supposed to get it.
Cover me!
Somos Valentinos. Zoe Alonzo. You've been marked. Now burn. Ow, ow, ouch, ouch. I can't see this guy. I can see this bitch. Kill. The bug is alive? No, it was just sleeping. And still more, apparently. But what? I don't know where she could be, but whatever. Failed. No, I'm carrying too much. Whatever do I do? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I think you gotta worry about more than your ears. Damn, girl, nice ass. Sorry. This one died through the fucking wall. I got you, I got you. There. I guess not unique. Did we do it? Yep, we did. A couple left, but I think I'm kind of done, to be honest. My stomach just is feeling it. So we didn't get any uniques? No. We ain't getting nothing. Oh well. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Upgrade. 5 plus. I'll do it later. Oh, I gotta see a rubber dog first. Actually. So, let's go fast travel and rubber dogs. Which is more closer together. Maybe these two. I would go this guy. Kennedy or North? All we do is gigs. No biz, just gigs. Move it, bitch. You still drunk? Damn it. Hi. Yo, what? What? You're the same guy. Twins.
Welcome, welcome.
Oh, but you're just a resident. You're not even selling anything. I'm so fool.
No pushing. There's enough. Not funny. All brand new.
Hell yeah.
You said hell yeah? Well, I'm gonna buy that one for sure. I can't believe we're still in freaking purple. Like, what the frick? And that's still, we just got the purple book. Come on, Mike. I already got this shit mixed up. It has just a lot of benefits with all these weapons and shit. This isn't right. Electric, yep. It's electric plus the little malware in my head. This thing, which gives, and when overlock is active, smart weapon and smart weapon deal bonus electrical damage. So that and that. This, the overclock, and this. Woo. Oh, I'm gonna need second heart. Yes, I do. Oh, that was one with a plus already. Oh, I don't care. Yeah, who cares? Doesn't matter. I guess. It's the cooldown. The only thing that goes up is the cooldown, really, so. It don't matter, it don't matter. This one. I don't want this already, to be honest. Damn, I need that much. I just get 6. Yeah, I guess he's right. Still want to buy though. I know. I'm guessing it's 9. I don't have all clock yet, so probably give me enough for this. Nope, just need 2 more now. Just a 2. Engine resistant, stalker. I'll take my stalker one again. I really like this. Because as long as I have less than 6, it's gonna give me so much so fast. But I might replace it with something else though. Like, well, probably like the simple armor one. No more blues. No more blues. I'm gonna have to open spot for 6. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. I like my detection chip. Yeah. These are. Yes, I couldn't even put that. There we go. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you, my man. Anna, I'm coming for you too, you piece of human trash. Anna, you made a mistake. Not me, you. You shouldn't have killed Kavaski first. You should have started with me. I'm getting there, but it's a mistake we can fix. You took his life, and such an easy life. But why take the credit? We set it up. Tell the media Kavaski did himself in. Just another cop in City Night. No shock there. We can work together like old times. Why? I like you, Anna. You got a special something about you. Character, I suppose. And that's why you sent mercs after me? You got balls. I give you that. No, it's called a backbone, Bill. And you can stop right there. I'm coming and there's no stopping me. Oh, Anna. Always walking the difficult road. They just dumped the cop body in the trash? Me. I thought it was a drug dealer.
Not for sale. Delta is scaring the customers.
What am I? Not a customer? I got in.
Congratulations. Get lost before I meet you.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see the review I leave. 0 fucking stars.
0 fucking stars, man. There's someone here that's so close. What the hell are you doing, sir? You're eating with a computer in your hand? What the fuck?
The tigers are coming today. For the rent. Just got a message. What are you staring?
Yeah, you're the one. Oh, but we got most of these already, I think. I'm just gonna get this one, these one, these one. Yeah, we good. Thank you.
Fuck. Fucking fuck.
You don't got yet.
First my kid's sick, then that firefight scared me.
It's the 2 little twins. Thank you.
Mr. Stern, all night, every night. Don't be soft. Upgrade now.
I wonder what's the code for that one. What's up with all these kids? Where are your parents? I got beams all over my body. Any upgrades? T-Bug's death? Don't even mention. Ooh, a red one. I don't think I have this one either. I got beams all over my body. I like these. Damn, I have no money left. Bucket. What do you know about T-Bug's death?
T-Bug's death. What did you hear?
The truth. She got burned, like anyone who tries to hit Arasaka. They found the body in her pad. Nervous system fried. You know what that feels like?
Can't say I do.
They say it's like 100,000 knives stabbing you at once. I can't imagine a worse way to go. Poor girl. I liked her too.
I liked her too. I liked her too. Where's her pod at? This bitch got balls. That bitch got balls. I know how you feel. I'll be losing my game. I went from 500,000 to 70,000. That's crazy. But that's what happens when you got demons all over my body. I got demons all over my body. I became rich to being pretty much poor. Alright. I am going to my favorite spot. The club. Where was the club again? I kind of forgot what the club was. Gosh darn it, I forgot where the club was. Maybe it was somewhere here. Yeah, that really got me sick. I'm just gonna eat. I'm gonna leave the game ready. I'm gonna leave the stream ready. What am I looking up? And go try to find this building again. I kinda wanna rent a new apartment, to be honest. Not really, no. Because I like my room and I want it to be with the iguana and the cat. I still have no idea how to get the iguana out of the egg. Or how to get the bed or whatever. I'm gonna have to look it up online. I remember how to get the cat. And I remember you could get more than one cat. Not more than one, but there's different kinds of cats you could get. Okay, well, where am I? Is it even around here? I think I'm gonna go over there. I'm over here. I'm also gonna check out if there's any place available to buy. Oh. I remember this. This is where the monks were. Yeah, sure, I could go get that, but apartment for rent. There is no apartment for rent? Yes, darn it. Oh, it's the lag. I don't think it's around here. Darn, I can't believe I forgot where the club was. Go back over here. Gonna get my monster truck, and I'm gonna figure out where the fuck it was. I know you wanna dance. I just wanna sit on top of that roof again. Yeah, it's a beautiful spot. Oh my.
All units in the area. Criminal activity reported in Watson.
Roger. Probably some cyber psycho again, but I'll handle it. Say, any update on my overtime bonus? Dispatch?
Little bit of THC, mix it with the liquor, got me thinking I'm a G.O.D. Hey, holy water, Father bless the tap. Hey, ain't a fan of rappers dressed in. Hey, ate his food and left me dine and dash. Hey, ain't nothing left but you can check the scratch.
Code 0. I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
Mágica. Mágico. Mágica. I think that's it right there. I don't even know if that's even the spot or not. I don't think so. It's that building right there. Turning to goes to the street. Thank you, son. Those guys don't give a fuck. Bro, what did you do to me, bro? It just gave me like a stomach ache. Oh, weird stomach ache. Yeah, there it is. Oh, so. Yeah, this is the one then.
You like the money, the life, tú no sabes. You come with the price, I come for your life. I come with the gun, I come with the knife. I kill it for fun till my 80s is right. I got that military shit, that fuck up your head and neck shit. Throw a pause, fuck your
Goon, goon.
Black hearted, I said what I said, la máquina.
Stay away from me, jerkbag!
Okay. I'm sorry. 10 a.m. Definitely not the time to party, but you know. I live in Miami. I live in Miami, Florida. We party every fucking day. And every fucking night. Yeah. I really wish you could sit in this game. And I really wish you could go on dates with your significant other, you know, like. What if I want to take Judy over here? Alright, what's up? Bleh, bleh. Dem was here. Dum dum. Damn girl, damn. She's bent over right now.
What's up, Night City? Vamos a llenar esta ciudad de puro perreo. Cyberperreo caliente pa' que muevas tu culo hasta el suelo.
Yeah. Let me just save it right here. And well. How should I set up the TV? I don't know. I feel scared, you Mike. Jesus. Oh shit, look at all them pills. God damn, man. Holy shit, look at them boobies. Alright, TV. For some reason, I don't have the TV that I had last time. So I gotta get another TV. Down. signs that you're doing done. I would bleed for you. Funny signs, this is you and I. Just be gone. It doesn't come out. Ah, because I'm saving it somewhere else. Why do you save it here? I don't want it there. It's just you and I. I fantasize, it's just you and I. Okay, no, it's not coming up. What the fuck? There he is. Why were you hiding from me? See, I kind of don't like that spot. I look good, right? Good enough. I want to hear at least a little bit of the environment so it looks, you know? Or at least, and it looks, but it sounds real. What video should we watch? But I forgot my map at home. Oh, is this bird guy?
Behind this
I actually
couple's
like this bird
financial
guy. This
future
guy's pretty funny.
is their advisor, who's building a portfolio
Yeah, it is this bird
designed
guy.
to meet all their needs. And be
I'll watch it.
Yo, V, ready to smuggle some goods into Night City?
Yeah, Jackie. Quick question. Where's Night City?
You kidding me, V?
No, Jackie. I forgot my map.
V, what do you mean you don't know? The map comes free with your cyberware.
Mine didn't come with one. I got the oldest cyberware known to man.
Just go to the cyberware store and get a map. It's free.
It wasn't at the store for me. I don't have a map.
Pinche cabrón, ¿cómo que no tiene mapa?
I have a theory. I think that my favorite games have been trying to remove the wrinkles from my brain bit by bit, not letting me think for myself on how to play them. Things like yellow paints guiding me where to stand, where to climb, where to go. After all of these games guiding me with piss-colored paint, I feel like a dog trained to go wherever the yellow takes me. But above the yellow paint, obnoxious voice lines, markers, and arrows, there exists one tool that I believe ruins the experience of a game the most: the minimap. A good minimap has way too much useful information packed into it, making any other form of navigation pointless. Let's take Cyberpunk 2077 with the gorgeous world of Night City. Instead of navigating through these dense, atmospheric streets, I find myself staring at the corner of my screen, letting this box tell me where to go. But I want to prove that you can get around Night City without ever needing the minimap to guide you. In fact, I want to prove that you can do any of the missions in the game without any visual aids. Can I beat any missions in the game without it telling me where to go? Will I get lost in the spider web of streets? Will I be able to traverse Night City without a map? There will be no more minimap. We just go to interface, go to HUD visibility, minimap, off. It's so clear. Let's pick this. Ow.
Seriously? Yeah.
Alright, let's cover the elephant in the room. Cyberpunk 2077 still has a primary objective marker visible at all times, even if you turn off the minimap. And of course, the game has a full map available in the menu. So even if you turn off the minimap, it's still telling you exactly where to go. I believe these three things, the minimap, the marker, and the map itself, hinder your ability to traverse in the game. And to find out whether the minimap and these other tools truly help or hinder the experience, I will be conducting a series of tests that show us how each level of additional guides affects the way I play. The goal for today is simple. I want to complete 1 gig, 1 side mission, and 1 main mission in the game. But for each mission I complete, I'll have 1 less visual guide to work with. First, no minimap, then no objective marker, and finally, no map whatsoever. And yes, no fast travel, put your comment away. Through these 3 steps, we'll be able to find out which of these 3 formats feel the best to play. And to start off these tests, we will try to complete 1 gig with no minimap. Look at that. Have you seen that before? Sick as hell. I think you should start killing people to see what happens. No. We can't start it that early. No. We're gonna have to be careful about what we're looking at. The first thing I noticed after turning off the minimap was how much I started looking around my environment. I know I have a tendency to do that anyways on this channel, but I swear this was different. When you have to stand still and ascertain where you are and where you want to be, it makes you really notice just how weird Night City is. Why'd they give the Eldritch monstrosity abs? Is there a butt on his abs? Okay, you have 3 mouths, but like, I can only fit 1 burger in the mouth, so how would you want 3? Oh wait, is that just cocaine? That's just cocaine. Oh hey, there's like a party going on over. I don't think this is a party. All of that stuff that makes Night City feel like this dystopian, larger-than-life mess really hits when there isn't anything distracting from it. But I haven't actually chosen a gig yet, so I probably should pick one. You know what? Yeah, let's do a Cyber Psycho side. I think that is considered a gig. So let's do that one.
Target acquired.
I'm curious if we can find a store during this session. Stop! Right here. Look at this fella. This person has 2 prosthetic arms, 2 cybernetic legs, bright red booty shorts, a sick-ass robe thingy that I don't know the name of, and the most hippie of hairstyles ever known to mankind. This guy, gal, whoever the fuck, is the single coolest person I have ever seen in my life. And I run right past them! When I watched this recording back, I was amazed just how quickly I went from experiencing the world around me to holding forward towards that dot on my screen. Those small things in the world around you just wash away the moment you focus on an objective. But regardless of my objective blindness, I chose one of the cyberpsycho gigs offered by Regina, Demons of War. This is a gig where you fight off a cyberpsycho with a sniper rifle on an unfinished highway. It was pretty straightforward, including the path I walked to get there. I walked instead of driving to the gig because my car had a little mishap on the way out of the apartment. Normally, the minimap would show you how to get up to different levels, but without it, I did fumble a little trying to make my way to the highway. But once I did, it was as simple as taking down a cyberpsycho. Easy as pie. Why won't you die? Die already! Look, sometimes you load an old save and realize that the build you were making was ass, okay? Our cyberpsycho went down after a bit of effort, a bit of searching later for the evidence, and we messaged Regina to leave the area. Gig complete. Our gig didn't feel that different from having a regular job with a minimap, but I have a good feeling about the side mission. I knew exactly which mission I wanted to try, but to get to that mission, I had to get to the afterlife. With no more objective marker, I had no way of visually seeing where I had to go. Well, I still could access the full map, but I've played Cyberpunk enough to know where the afterlife is, I think. Where is the afterlife? That is the question right now. I feel like the afterlife is around here. I just don't know where. I do not want to accidentally look at something I can't show on stream. Aha! There it is. Hey, interested in some work?
What kind?
Just a little cargo transport. Food items. Premium sushi from Japan.
What am I? Uber Eats?
Look, if you DoorDash for me, I'll get you a sick katana.
Your Postmates is on the way, sir.
Head to the Kabuki waterfront, then search for a fridge with the words, "No future."
Sounds straightforward. I think we have a mission. Kabuki waterfront and a fridge container with the tag "No future" on the front. I still have access to the map here. I could see where the objective is if I wanted to. But after hearing these 2 pieces of information, I thought to myself, I could find this. If Night City is built like an actual city, there will be signage to tell us where the district of Kabuki is. And finding the waterfront should be as easy as going to water.
I am under the water.
Our objective on the right also gave us a bit more information. The slums on the outskirts. With all of that info, I headed off on the roads, eager to see if Night City could guide me. Looking for things to suddenly look Asian. What? That sounds bad.
Yeah, I'm tired. I don't know. My stomach started feeling weird, so I'm just gonna rest for a little bit.
If I go up here, I'm gonna go to Kabuki. But yeah. Okay. This is Kabuki. There's a waterfront. I think we did it. I went from Watson to Kabuki by following the main roads and the actual real street signs along the way. Fun fact, several people have actually mapped out the road names in Night City, so if you really want to roleplay it, you can follow street sign directions too. Look, I know I'm not showing anything crazy here. A city has street signs. Whoa, I can't believe it. But throughout several playthroughs of Cyberpunk, I never once had to use or try these streets properly. While this is a lot like making a Zuber read real signs instead of Google Maps, it felt good to reach a location on my own, using only the information given to me. And I also got to find out a fun little detail about the world. For me, that's a win-win. I searched through the buildings till I eventually found the fridge. Don't mind the name.
Hello.
Hey, I think your sushi came a little too raw.
That isn't the sushi, that's the chef.
Bring him to the lot outside the mega building. I have a car waiting for you on the road. Oh, and heads up, the Tiger Claws have been looking for this guy. Something about blowing their fish?
Blowfish?
Yeah, he blew their boss away with blowfish poison. Anyways, they want to kill him, so don't let them, okay? Equipped with a possibly dead man, we now have to get out of the waterfront while avoiding the Tiger Claws patrolling the area. And this is why I wanted to do this mission. Ooh. I have no idea where anyone is.
Hey, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay. What the fuck do I do? With no map and no marker, I had to find my way out of this slum by myself. I had a vague recollection of this mission when I initially thought of this video, and I remember it telling me exactly where to go. When I played this again with everything turned off, it felt brand new to me. Trying to get through it off of my own wits was genuinely thrilling, but unfortunately these are my wits we're talking about.
Yeah, no, buddy, it's fine. Just be quiet. I said, don't worry about me. God damn it.
Okay, we good? Oh shit.
I need you to chill, dude.
Okay, he fell.
No, don't worry about me. Can you shut the fuck up, Barkmos? I think I gotta look at the map. I don't. Oh. No, there it is. Deliver the body to specified coordinates. Where are the coordinates?
I did end up using the map to find the drop-off location, but thanks to the fact that the objective was directly under a mega building, I could use that mega building as a landmark to guide me the rest of the way. Meaning our side mission is now complete.
Got you your chef.
I see that. Excellent work.
Hey, why are you called surgeon anyways?
What
did he say?
That he is surgical with how he cuts his fish. Now here's your sword, enjoy, and goodbye!
Huh.
So far, we've been able to get around mostly with the information provided to us. And I now feel more familiar with the area after doing those missions. Going into this last test, I felt confident I could complete it without issue. The next mission was back at the afterlife, so all I had to do was follow the landmarks around me back to the bar. On the way to Kabuki, I passed Lizzie's bar, so with experience, I knew where to go from there. I also knew that the afterlife was near V's apartment in Mega Building H10. Using those two key marks, making my way back to the afterlife would be a breeze.
New faces, same problems. So what problem are you coming to me for?
I have a terrorist in my head, and I need him out.
V, to take down Arasaka, you need to bang this gilf in front of you right now.
Okay, that's a new problem. The guy you need to fix your head is on a Kang Tao transport. You're gonna need someone stupid enough to blow that transport sky high. Only one I know that dumb is Pan Am Palmer. All her brain power went below her hips, if you know what I mean. Call her. She'll be of use to you.
Enjoy 24-hour access at most Planet Fitness clubs. $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
At Wayfair, we're game for every style.
Let's play chair eights. I'll act out my favorite chair. Got it. All right, ready?
Yep.
This one rocking chair.
Velvet Top to Chaise Lounger.
This is...
Hello?
Panem, V here.
V who? V8?
V me. Rogue said you could help me with the job.
Rogue? No. I got my own problems going on, so you can get V out of here.
Wait, why don't I help you with your problems and you help with mine? How about that?
Meet me at the rail freight yard on Bonita Street.
What did you say?
It's on the outskirts of town. See you there.
Where?
Sorry, I think the skit cut off the information there. Let's redo that.
The rail freight yard on Bonita Street. The one hugging the city line. We'll meet there. See ya.
The rail freight yard off of what street? And I forgot it all already. Pan Am's meetup point is in Arroyo, and we're in Watson. That's two entirely different areas, and I'm not familiar with any of it. Nor did I remember the street she mentioned. But in situations like these, we still have options. Most RPGs have journals that document what you've been doing, and Cyberpunk is one of those RPGs. This journal page should keep a log of everything we need to know. What the hell is this? Yeah, so without a map, an objective marker, or a mini-map, there is no way to reference where the meetup with Pan Am actually is. The game is so set on you using a map to get around that they don't even tell you the location in the objective itself. You better not miss what Pan Am said at the start, because that's the only time you'll ever hear it. But don't worry, not even that information is reliable. Pan Am in this voice line says Bonita Street, but she is waiting on San Amaro Street, not Bonita Street. Bonita Street doesn't exist. She's a liar. Between the bad journal, the unreliable information, and my own memory, these problems stacked up to force me to use my last lifeline for navigation in Cyberpunk. One I was loathing to use. The journal. This journal may not write out where you need to go, but it does have this distance marker telling you how far away you are. So if you check it while you are moving around, you'll know when you're getting closer. This meant that as I was driving south towards the outskirts of Night City, I was constantly opening my journal to see if I was getting closer. Again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and how am I still not finding it? It took 16 minutes for me to find Pan Am. Partly because I was stubborn, partly because I'm blind, and mostly because trying to find the objective through the journal page is significantly worse than just opening the map a single time. But we did find it eventually.
It really did go below the hips.
What did you say?
Nothing.
I gotta... Shit! Look, my baby got stolen by a Raffin named Nash. If I'm gonna help you, you're gonna help me get it back.
Holy shit, yes, I'll help you. Fucking baby.
Good. Get in the car. We're getting my baby back.
Hopping into Pan Am's car, we now have another location to find. A small ghost town called Rocky Ridge. It sucks that we'll have to use the journal again, but we'll just deal with it as we finish the rest of the mission. Oh, we're here. Ah!
You're as sexy as the day I lost you.
You know, when you said baby, I thought you meant...
What? I meant my Thornton. Don't make this weird.
I'm not... Okay, yeah, it's a nice car.
If this car was a person, I'd have sex with them.
Okay.
A conclusion I found after meeting Pan Am was that the main story of Cyberpunk is actually really linear, like surprisingly linear. Many of the missions with the main characters in the game have you get driven around, following them as they guide you from place to place. I went back and played other missions just to check for myself, and I learned that this is the same throughout the entire main story. Whether it was heading to the Aldecaldo camp, the ghost town fight, chasing down Nash, or delivering the goods to 6th Street, you are required to follow Pan Am throughout. So I guess that means mission complete?
Gotta say, V, we make a pretty good team. I think this is the start of a very successful friendship.
Just a successful friendship?
Just friends.
Only friends?
Only friends.
Fuck!
We have now tried 3 different ways of playing Cyberpunk, each with a few less tools than the last, and the question we're left at the end is which one felt the best? When it was just the minimap turned off, nothing truly felt different with the objective marker. It just changed where exactly I was staring at. A lot of the game, too, just isn't designed for getting around without a map. I mean, why would it be? It's a gigantic city and we have robot eyes. But at the same time, the moments when a mission is designed to be done without a map really engaged me in ways Cyberpunk never could before. It reminded me of the way older games like Morrowind or Deus Ex would feel when you figured out a goal on your own, or made a journey somewhere off your own understanding of the world. And that's something I feel is sorely lacking in modern day games. Then again, this isn't Deus Ex. This
You still here, buddy? Did you see any videos that I put on? Because I did this yesterday too. You didn't see any videos yesterday? You didn't see me do this yesterday?
victory
Hang on
on
a
the
second.
ice
Curl me for that oath?
calls for an ice-cold celebration off of it.
Have you ever
Well, I guess you're not here anymore. But yeah, I don't know why, but I like watching this guy. And even though I already watched him yesterday, I'm still gonna watch him again. So, but yeah, I don't know. My head just started feeling weird, and then my stomach started turning around, like feeling all types of weird. Oh, I just gotta rest and put a TV on, my little favorite spot. So that's what we do.
wondered what it might be like to live in Night City from Cyberpunk 2077 if you were just a regular person? Like, if you needed to have a job, commute to work, and get food and stuff, what would that look like? This question has always fascinated me, so I came up with a little experiment for myself. I'm going to live for 7 straight days in Cyberpunk 2077, which means I'm going to find a place to call home and come back there every single night to sleep. I'm going to find a place to work and go there every single day for hours at a time. I'm only going to eat in real life when my character is able to eat in-game, and I'm even going to buy real-life foods that match the types of foods available in Cyberpunk so I have similar nutrients flowing through my body. But the thing that's really going to make this difficult is that the Cyberpunk day-night cycle is 3 hours long. So living 7 straight days is going to take 21 hours, which is 21 hours of walking to the same buildings, seeing the same people, and doing the same monotonous tasks. And I'm going to do it all in one sitting. I've got lots of other crazy rules to share with you about the challenge, but first we need to figure out the details of our fictional life, starting with where we're going to live. There are a variety of housing choices in Cyberpunk 2077, from humongous mansions and swanky penthouse apartments to tents on the side of the road, but we're not looking for something fancy. We're looking for something extremely average, like the type of place your normal working class person would live. And Night City has the perfect option: mega buildings. You probably noticed these huge skyscrapers with giant numbers on the side while playing Cyberpunk, but if you have attention problems, you may not have really put together that these buildings are all apartment complexes that the people of Night City live in. And according to the lore, each of these buildings is supposed to contain everything that a person might need to live, including food, places to hang out, entertainment, and common areas. They're sort of like hamster cages, but for people. In fact, the apartment you receive at the start of the game, the one that's owned by the protagonist V, is in Mega Building number 10. I thought about just using that one for this exercise, but it felt a little bit too nice for an average guy like me, so instead, we're gonna put our no-name average person over here in Mega Building number 8, located in the neighborhood of Japantown. In order to access our apartment, we're gonna have to head to the upper levels of the building by using this elevator, which has TVs that blast news and advertisements in your face 24/7. We'll be riding this thing twice a day, every day for a week, which is gonna matter later, so we better get used to it. Our cozy little apartment is gonna be out the elevator to the left and right up these stairs. You'll notice that technically this door isn't actually functional in the game. There's not really an apartment here, but thankfully I know how to edit a YouTube video so I can do a little trick, and voila. This is where you and I are going to be living from now on. A small studio-sized apartment complete with everything we need. A bed to sleep in, a bathroom to bathroom in, a computer to play Cyberpunk on, and a kitchen to do nothing because there is no kitchen. In fact, no apartments in this game really have kitchens, which is a problem we're going to contend with when we talk about how the people of Night City find food. We can also change our clothes here, which will be super helpful after we get home from work each day, depending on the type of place that we work at, I guess. We'll have to figure that out next. Let's see what kind of clothes we have. Oh, wow. Are those me undies? That's crazy. No way. Welcome to the sponsorship. So really quick before I tell you something off script here, me undies are the greatest underpants ever, and if you need underpants and you've never tried them before, you should try them. They offer a full refund if you don't like them and want to send them back, so there is no risk to you. Give them a try. Okay, with that said, a month or two ago, I did a MeUndies sponsorship, and I told you guys that I was going to buy the MeUndies t-shirts because I wanted some comfy new t-shirts, and I did. Let me grab it for you. Here it is. This is my white MeUndies t-shirt right here. It's a little wrinkly because I'm bad at doing my wash. This t-shirt, just like their underwear, is insanely comfortable. It's made out of that same, well, or some similar incredibly comfortable fabric. I was wearing it while traveling recently, and I realized something really cool about it and the rest of their products. The fabric on their clothing is so nice and so soft, I think it's called micromodal fabric, that I realized I can actually clean my glasses with it, and it does as good or better a job than a dedicated microfiber cloth. It would also technically work on, I guess, your phone camera lens, screens, anything else you would clean with a microfiber cloth, but I don't know if you'd want to wipe your computer screen with a shirt that you're actively wearing. But whatever, do whatever you want. MeUndies did not tell me to tell you this. I'm just telling you just to prove that I actually do engage with their products. I use them all the time. I'm wearing their underwear right now. Anyway, knock out all your holiday gifting needs today with MeUndies. Right, I forgot to tell you they have holiday themed stuff if you're into that sort of thing. Personally, not really my bag, but a lot of people like it, so they've got it. To get exclusive holiday deals up to 50% off, go to MeUndies.com/AnyAustin and enter promo code AnyAustin. That's MeUndies.com/AnyAustin. Promo code AnyAustin for up to 50% off. Anyway, let's get back to our miserable average life where we live in a tiny apartment in a disgusting dystopian city. So we found our apartment, and now we need to figure out where a normal person might work. And in my mind, there's really only one good option for entry-level work in a giant city: food service. Sure, we could pretend to be a street vendor or a janitor or whatever, but Night City's lower class is built on entertainment and hedonism, and the quickest way to get into that industry is through restaurants. Now, we're going to want to find a restaurant that's within walking distance of our apartment building because the train system in the city doesn't have nearly enough stops to be useful for commuting to work, and the fast travel mechanic, which I assume is representative of a taxi service, would be much too expensive for a working class Joe Schmo like me to use every single day. The best option for work I could find here is this little place tucked in an alley a few blocks away from our apartment called Jiao Zhong Mao, also known as the Ginger Panda. This is a sit-down restaurant, which is great because it means better tips. And it also means we're not just going to be standing behind a counter all day. These are my two co-workers who actually make the food and tend to the bar, and my job will be to manage tables, take orders, and keep the place clean and tidy. I didn't know it yet, but these two workers and a handful of our customers were about to become the closest thing that I had to friends for the next 20 hours. But first, the big question here is, how long is my shift at this restaurant going to be? Well, there's a little bit of lore in Cyberpunk that we can actually reference to figure this out. There is a shard in the game that you can pick up up and read that makes mention of the fact that an 80-hour work week in this game would be considered desirable at a big tech company in the city. And another piece of lore mentions a device you can get that can make it so that you only require 3 hours of sleep per night to function normally. My guess would be that these things would apply more so to your corporate workers rather than a lowly server. That said, we're going to assume that the world of Cyberpunk has really good and cheap stimulants as well as a minimal labor protection. So our character is going to work 12-hour shifts 6 days a week with 1 day off, and we're going to sleep a minimum of 6 hours per night. Feels like a reasonable Cyberpunk style compromise. We'll work out the details of when each shift is going to be later on, but next we have to figure out where we're going to get food. So you remember how earlier I mentioned that our apartment didn't have a kitchen and that most apartments in this game don't have kitchens? It also turns out that there aren't really grocery stores in Night City. All of the purchasable food is in convenience form, either from vending machines or corner stores, and the only exception to that are the food stalls and restaurants. Most likely, this means that mass-produced synthetic food has become so cheap and standards of living so reoriented that people basically just eat out of vending machines for most meals. You can see good evidence of this by the fact that the player character's apartment in the game literally has vending machines inside of it, from which you can order basically anything you might need to get by, not just food. How convenient! Get me one of those. What this means is that rather than fitting in a grocery run on our commute to and from work, we really just need to remember to grab something out of a vending machine a couple of times a day or stop at one of the food stalls. With that taken care of, we really just have one more thing to sort out before we can begin. Recreation. That would include socializing, entertainment, fulfillment, relaxation, anything that we do with our free time that isn't directly tied to surviving. In real life, we have lots of options for this, at least ideally, including public parks, hiking, going out to bars or clubs, playing video games, and so on. And in Cyberpunk, we kind of have the same options. By far, the most common leisure activity in the city is drinking or some variation of chemical escapism. This can be done in restaurants and bars, but also just on the street, meaning that Night City likely doesn't have open container laws, or at least not ones widely enforced. Most people also have access to a computer of some kind, which we can assume means people are still scrolling on the internet and playing video games, possibly doing other things with their computer. Green spaces like parks, as you can imagine, are not very common, but there are a few places near where we live that kind of qualify, like this walking path along the canal here, or this plaza area with benches and sculptures. Not exactly going to feel like a breath of fresh air, but it's slightly less claustrophobic than sitting in a back alley people watching. And then the last accessible entertainment option for us would be the various clubs across the city. None of these are super close to where we live, but with any luck, maybe after work we'll have time to get to the train station, head across town, have some fun, and get home in time for work the next day. If we were richer, we might be able to do some higher class entertainment activities like brain dances, which is sort of like VR but for your whole brain. But for our purposes, our options for joy and fulfillment are basically going to be limited to the classics: gaming, drinking, dancing, and going for walks. All the good stuff. With these logistical things figured out, we're starting to get a pretty good idea of what an average life in Night City might look like, at least on paper. Long hours at work, substances to keep you going, minimal time for relaxing, and doing your best to scrape together some kind of meaning in a pretty unforgiving world. Which is kind of our job as people on Earth, too. Cyberpunk just exaggerates the circumstances a little bit, but just listing out these facts about life doesn't actually make me feel like I truly understand what day-to-day life here would be like. The only way to figure out what day-to-day life here would actually be like is we're gonna have to live it for 7 straight days. So like I said up front, each day in Cyberpunk is apparently about 3 real-life hours long, which is extremely long as day-night cycles in video games go. Minecraft's day-night cycle, for example, is only 20 minutes. Red Dead Redemption 2's is 48 minutes, and Skyrim's is longer, but it's still just barely over an hour. And that means that in order to live out 1 week in Cyberpunk time, I'll have to play the game for about 21 hours straight in Earth time. Each of these days, I'm going to expect myself to get at least 6 hours of sleep, and all but one of the days I'll be working a shift at the Ginger Panda from noon to midnight, which will be about 90 minutes of real life time, which means that over the course of the experiment, I'll be spending 9 hours doing nothing but standing inside this one building in Cyberpunk 2077. I'll get 1 day off during the week, which I can use for anything I want, but I have to make sure that no matter what I do, I get a minimum of 6 hours of sleep, and I cannot be late to work the next day. If I am, the whole experiment starts over. In order to make this exercise as immersive as possible, of course, anytime that I want to eat in real life, I'll have to make sure I'm able to do that in-game, which also applies to drinking things. And also, like I said, I've lined up a bunch of foods that correspond to foods that are available in our area in the game. The only catch here is that because days in Cyberpunk are 8 times faster than real life, any food or drinks I consume will need to be 8 times smaller than their normal serving size. So I'm subjecting myself to the same cycles of hunger and thirst that our in-game character will be experiencing. And last, but certainly not least, I'm only going to be able to use the restroom if I can actually get to a bathroom in the game. So that'll be fun. Let's begin the experiment.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and discreetly to your door, so you can say hi to your neighbors without any shame.
Oh, hi, Callie.
Hi, Barb! Everyone here hates your guts so much. I love Mood Can because their real flour helps me deal with fake people.
Yeah, I love what you've done with your garden. It's so wild. Hey, can you hear me?
Barb may be the fakest person I've ever met, but you know what's real? Mood's 50,000 5-star reviews. Like this one. Mood really helps me stay motivated and focused. I can hit this all day long. Whether you want to soothe your body, relax after a long day, or just want to have a good time, there's a mood for that.
Whether you need to soothe your body, relax after a
Barb, get out of my house! Get out of my... Oh my god, this is so weird. Barb, you're so weird! Click the link and get 20% off your first order. Your first order.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my taxes to a TurboTax expert means that I have to only collect documents, I give it away, and then they will let me know when it's ready to go. That is 1 minute of me thinking about it, and that allows me to do everything else in my life. Now taxes is filing without breaking a sweat.
I started this experiment at 10 a.m. in-game, but in real life it was about 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, and for maximum immersion I had not eaten or drank? I hadn't had anything to drink all morning. So the first thing I wanted to do was start to get a sense of where near my apartment I could grab some kind of breakfast and some kind of caffeine, and thankfully there was a vending machine in a small alley next to our apartment building that had both coffee and some kind of milkshake thing. I snagged both, grabbed a seat on some nearby stairs, drank my real-life 1/8 sized coffee and shake, and did a few minutes of people watching before heading down the street for my first shift at work. Now you're probably realizing, just like I did, that if I just woke up in real life I was going to be a lot more than 1/8 normal hunger. You know, having an eighth of a protein shake isn't exactly going to fill me up in the morning. But my thinking was that while early on I would probably be slightly hungrier than my character might actually be in game, over time that line would even out because I'd be eating small quantities fairly frequently, and cycles of hunger would follow the same motion in real life as they would in the game, which is the important part. Once I arrived at work, the first thing I did was get acquainted with my coworkers and then go around checking to see what kind of customers I might be dealing with over the next 12 hours. Some of these customers were nice.
What a lovely day.
Some of them were mean.
Lost, honey?
And some of them were pretty weird.
I'm collecting knees. I got 7.
Pretty quickly, it became clear that this was going to be a real test of my patience, and it dawned on me that I was going to have to find a way to kill 90 minutes, not just once, but 6 separate times inside this one-room restaurant that had basically no interactive objects in it, all while pretending to do a job that doesn't actually exist in Cyberpunk 2077. To put that in perspective, that means the time I would have to spend doing nothing but staring at the walls of this restaurant was roughly the length of a feature film, only instead of watching a feature film, I'd be listening to the same 2 voice lines from the same 10 or 15 NPCs, hearing the same 4 songs on loop, and watching the minutes slowly tick by on the clock in the upper right of the screen until it hit midnight and I could leave. So I did what you would do at any job where you want to pass the time. I gave people names so I could keep track of them and talk to them. The 2 most important ones are the owner of the restaurant here, who I decided to call Armando, and the line cook over here I named Lucille. The rest of the cast just kind of slotted in place around them. Throughout the day, not a single new NPC came into the restaurant, and none of the ones that were there left. But I did start to find myself relying on some of the more entertaining voice lines to lift my spirits as the long hours started to get to me, including this one.
Forward march.
And my personal favorite.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
So anytime I found myself getting bored, I would go strike up a conversation with one of these NPCs, chit-chat with them until they said my favorite voice line.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
And then move on to the next one.
Forward
Eventually, 10 o'clock rolled around, all the NPCs popped out of existence except my two main coworkers, and all that was left to do was pretend to sweep and bust the tables, say goodbye to my new boss, and head out into the night that gave this city its name. I had to be asleep by 4 a.m. if I wanted to get up at 10 a.m. for my shift the next day, but as any good food service employee knows, you can't end your first shift at a new restaurant without a celebratory drink. It was 9 a.m. on a Sunday, by the way. So I had a seat at a little stall that served some kind of high-quality intoxicant called Calavera Feliz, filled up my shot glass with 1/8 of a shot of this liquid, and threw it back while advertisements blared in my ears telling me about a sweepstakes where I could win a trip to a luxury casino in space.
Send the word SPACE to 7299 for a chance to win a 1-week getaway.
This was the first moment that I felt something interesting during this experiment. With the taste of Calavera Feliz still on my tongue and the relief of no longer being inside that building in my heart, I listened to this guy on the TV tease me with a life of luxury I knew I would never have. And I looked around at the late night crowd wandering through this alley with the litter everywhere and the grimy tabletop I was sitting at, and I got a tiny feeling in my stomach. For just a brief second, my body, not my mind, but my body, felt a little melancholy feeling of actually being in this depressing alley. And I know it was just a random coincidence, but right at that moment when the advertisement told me to text SPACE to 7299, I looked over at the food stall worker and she was texting someone with a big smile on her face. I ended up going for a late night walk after that and getting extremely lost in the tangled walkways of Night City's layered streets, but I made it back home just in time to snag some water, head up the steps, and get to bed on time. Good morning, everybody. Day 2 started much the same as day 1. I got in the elevator, caught up on some advertisements, and grabbed my morning coffee and shake from the vending machine. Rather than sitting on the steps today, I opted to walk to work early and drink my 1/8 sized drinks in the alleyway next door so as not to be late. And while I was drinking my coffee, I had another weirdly immersive feeling wash over me. Oh, I'm not excited to go have another shift to this damn job. This is only number 2. But we signed up for this, and we had another long shift to get through, so here we go. Good morning, beautiful people at the Ginger Panda. The one thing I was eager to see is whether or not the NPCs were going to cycle out from day to day, and as it turned out, it was a little more complicated than that. The main guy, Armando, is still here, and the middle staff member with the pink beard, who we called Paul, I believe, is here as well. But Lucille, the line cook, has been swapped out for a new girl. We decided to call this new girl Chloe, and she was going to end up being the person I talked to most throughout the whole experiment. The customers are where things got interesting, because even though a lot of them had been swapped out, every single chair that had somebody in it on day 1 also had somebody in it on day 2. For reference, the layout of the Ginger Panda is like this, with tables around the edges and the bar in the middle, and these tables are the ones that always have somebody at them. Each of these tables also has a set animation that goes with it. So on this table, for example, whoever is sitting here is just staring at their hand all day. At this table, there's always one guy standing up and staring at another guy sitting down, and so on and so forth. This was fine, but it did mean that occasionally you would have an NPC that you really liked one day,
What's up in the big world?
who was now sitting in a new chair with a totally new personality.
The fuck you smiling at?
Which is a little sad, but I can deal with it. The other big change on our second shift is that I ran out of things to do a whole lot sooner. This is really a slog, I'll tell you. Yeah, I am really bored, actually. This is an extremely boring job. Which makes sense, and if you think about it, it's actually very fitting, because real jobs are boring, but pretending to do a real job inside of a video game is actually even more boring, because there aren't any real people to talk to or real tasks to do. This is also where the experiment stopped feeling like a cute idea for a video and started feeling like an actual challenge. I continue to have fake conversations with the customers, and I talked to our new line cook, Chloe, a lot, because her animation incorporated a lot of subtle nods or head shakes, which means I could kind of use her as like a magic 8-ball where I could ask yes or no questions, and she would kind of affirm or deny each one. Almost started to feel like she could hear me. How you doing, Chloe? You're like my number one coworker, I feel like. Well, Armando's pretty good too. By the end of the shift, I had also spent some time analyzing the ductwork on the ceiling and looking at other minute details that I hadn't noticed on day 1, but those were quickly running out as well. I hid in the restroom for a bit, just like a real service job, and eventually 10 p.m. rolled around, and just like last night, every single NPC disappeared into the void as soon as I looked away from them. The customers today were definitely less charming than the first day. A lot of them were pretty rude, and there were fewer amusing voice lines to listen to, but my coworkers gears were starting to grow on me at this point. After work, I knew I wanted something to eat, so I grabbed one of the burritos from a vending machine on the other side of the street, as well as a Cola, and sat down on a chair across from the Ginger Panda to enjoy it. Now that work was over, I found myself overcome with a feeling of relaxation, just sitting in an alleyway eating 1/8 of a microwave burrito and reminiscing about my day. Eventually, I walked back home, played on one of the available arcade machines for some relaxing stimulation, and then rode the elevator back up to my apartment for a good night's sleep.
If you've forgotten to get that special someone in your life a gift, well, Mint Mobile is extending their holiday offer of half off unlimited wireless. So here's the idea. You get it now, you call it an early present for next year, like 11 months early. What do you have to lose?
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Arrow, that endeavor is about to become a whole lot easier.
Hey man, you got this.
Create a website that looks like you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, because you're using a website that developed a tool that knows exactly what it's doing. It helps you design a logo. This is what we came up with. We put it here, we put it everywhere on our website, and we even put it right here. What I'm telling you, from one central command center, you can have all your social media empire operating. You're doing it all, everything, fast. Let's go, Daddy!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3. Another day, another elevator ride, another stop at our vending machine for coffee and a shake. I was visibly more irritated today than the last 2 days on my way to work. Why are you honking? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna punch him. And it was starting to transition from this is a silly live stream to this is just actually really annoying and I'm not looking forward to it. But thankfully, along the way to work, I spotted a new group of vending machines that I hadn't looked at before, and I discovered they were carrying Hollow Bites pies, which are little sugary hand pies that I could take to work as a snack and use as a dopamine boost halfway through my shift. That would help with the monotony, but even still, I let out an involuntary "oh god" when I turned into the alley with the restaurant in it. It's I think the one I got secondly apple flavored. Oh god. And felt that very familiar feeling of not feeling ready to go into the building before your shift starts. But once noon rolled around, I didn't have a choice. I finished sipping my coffee across the street, and then it was time for another shift. Good morning, staff. How are we doing today, everybody? I'd kind of gotten into a rhythm where the first thing I did every morning was check in with the staff, say hi to the new dishwasher, ask Armando a question in which he would always respond by saying,
"Yeah, I'm kind of in a rush here,"
and then go do a lap to get to know all of the new customers. There were a few regulars back in again today, which is always nice to see, including this lady in the blue jacket who had been with us all 3 days so far. But the one lady who didn't return was our #1 girl from day 1.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
Maybe we'll see her again tomorrow. Aside from those minor changes, the first few hours of the shift went by relatively quickly, and before I knew it, 6 p.m. was rolling around, and it was time for me to take my break and eat my 1/8 of a snack. Armando, I'm stepping out for a second. I'm gonna have a pie, okay? Nice. We have a little 1/8 size of a little Hugh Biggs apple pie here. We were getting pretty deep into the experiment at this point, and a lot of funny things were starting to happen to my relationship with the game. For one, I was feeling the day-night cycle a lot more than in a normal playthrough. Most of the time, when you play a game like Cyberpunk, you don't need to sleep, you don't need to be anywhere at a specific time, whatever. So forcing yourself to do those things makes you intimately aware of how time is passing and how the energy shifts throughout the day. And that adds a whole other layer of immersion, almost like it's like we got a VR headset, but instead of being for our sense of sight, it's a VR headset for our sense of time. The other thing that happened is that once I finished eating my treat, the last 6 hours of the shift dragged. If you watch my face, you can see that I'm visibly getting tired and starting to vent to the customers about it.
You have nothing better to do?
Believe me, lady, I wish I did. And it only got worse when I really thought about where I was in the course of the whole challenge, because we were just now getting to the end of day 3, which meant we hadn't even reached the halfway point yet, and I was already completely over it. It's like I condensed all the novelty of the first few weeks of a new job into just a few short hours by maximizing my own boredom and suffering, and combining it with the familiar taste of food and the familiar flow of time, and through that combination of sensory inputs, I had hijacked my nervous system into believing that this restaurant was my life. And to be fair, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted the part of a job where the novelty is gone and you're just grinding through the days legitimately annoyed. I was pretty wiped after work, so after I finished, I ate my burrito, headed home, and spent the evening planning out what to do with my day off, which was going to be on day 5. And welcome, everybody, welcome to day 4. I had a real pep in my step today, and it felt good to have something new to look forward to tomorrow after seeing nothing but Crescent Avenue and the inside of the Ginger Panda for 10 straight real-life hours. A dust storm of some kind had moved in overnight, giving our walk to work a new atmosphere, and I was enjoying the ambiance so much that I was nearly late. I slammed my coffee in the alleyway next door, took a deep breath, and headed in for my last shift before our day off. Good morning, everybody. Armando, how are we doing? Just like yesterday, we've got a mix of recognizable faces and a few newcomers, and all of the same animations are playing out at all of the same tables. 2 of our favorite regulars have returned today, including Blue Jacket Lady and the cool girl with the black sunglasses, as well as some of the other minor characters. One of my favorite guys that I didn't mention yesterday is back today, but this time he's on a date. Additionally, in the seat at the back of the restaurant, we have a familiar voice.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
So that's going to be a great boost for our mood throughout the shift. I also continue to chat with our line cook, Chloe, which is always a great way to pass the time. Chloe, strong silent type. I saw that pan flip. Nice work. How's your soup feel? And at 6 o'clock, as usual, I took my break and had a snack in the alleyway. Before I knew it, it was 8 o'clock, my favorite song came on the jukebox, and I was actually starting to feel a little bit sentimental about this whole journey. Yeah, here's what would really get me. If you put together like a slideshow of scenes from my time at the restaurant with this song in the background, once this is over, unironically, I'd be like, aw. How nice is that? At this point, I also noticed that the bathroom rule never really ended up being a big deal because we were basically always at work, so we were always right near a bathroom. Thank goodness I picked a job with a bathroom. There's an argument to be made that in Cyberpunk they wouldn't give you bathroom breaks, but I don't know. Armando seems like a chill manager, and I don't think he would do that to me. Eventually, 10 o'clock rolled around, the NPCs left, and I had to try and look busy for 2 hours before I would be allowed to go home. I made small talk with Armando and Chloe. I ran in circles watching plates break, and then midnight struck and I clocked out, fully ready for a hard-earned day off. I decided against doing anything too crazy tonight so I could get up early tomorrow and have a full day of fun. So I snagged a burrito, ate it outside across the street like usual, and headed home. Good morning, folks. It's officially day 5. So, it's finally our day off. And our goal today, which I'm very excited to share with you, is really to do 2 things. I decided that I wanted to go down to Pacifica because they have a roller coaster down there, and I think it would be fun to see a roller coaster after seeing nothing but that restaurant for a bunch of hours. So that's goal number 1. And then goal number 2 is I wanted to go to one of the nightclubs, and I picked one called Totentans.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the power of AI and the freedom of drag and drop to turn your words into a living, breathing website that's entirely yours to shape. Add exactly what you need: images, apps, videos, and drop them into place. Bounce between using AI and designing by hand. This is the new way to create Wix Harmony.
Since we're just an average working class person, we will not be using the in-game fast travel system because we can't afford all those taxi rides, which means instead we're going to have to use the trains. I have to give CD Projekt Red an insane shout out for the trains in this game because I was really trying to avoid having to open up the map to navigate around the city, as I thought it would be less immersive, but it would also pause time, and I really didn't want to pause time. So one night after work, I spent some time studying the train stops in Night City, and I determined which stops I would have to get on and off, as well as how to walk to those stops from my house in order to get to these places I wanted to go. But the one piece of the puzzle that I didn't anticipate was that CD Projekt Red would have created an entire system of functional maps with individual train lines that you could read and navigate by, and that you could literally ride the trains. Like sit on the trains and watch the city go by out the window. For a game developer to go out of their way to design a functional gameplay system like this, complete with in-game tools to make it work without menus, and for that system to actually be less efficient than the existing fast travel system, but still more fleshed out and immersive, I think that's just an absolutely beautiful and amazing thing to put work into. I really, really appreciated this among so many other things about Cyberpunk 2077 while doing this whole stream, and I wanted to just sincerely say thank you to those folks for putting in the work that they did, which goes for all game developers, honestly, every single one. Anyway, I made my way to the train station, rode the train down to one of the stops closest to my destination, and then walked a while to get near the roller coaster. It immediately became clear that this new neighborhood I was in was not as safe as the one that I lived and worked in.
Why is this roller coaster in like a decrepit land of horror?
It was in such a state of disrepair that it made my little alleyway look like Disney World, and people were just constantly setting off bombs and shooting at each other. The closer I got to the roller coaster, the worse it seemed to get, until eventually I realized that the dreams I had of a roller coaster ride simply were not going to be possible because there was an armed gang threatening to shoot me.
And this, I guess, is why people just stay in their fucking mega building and play video games and drink and go on the computer and use the VR headset. Because trying to do something adventurous in Night City, somebody with a gun is just going to stand there and kill you.
Frankly, if I was role-playing appropriately, my average working-class guy probably would have given up trying to get to the roller coaster a lot sooner, so I figured it would be unrealistic for me to push through, and I decided to cut my losses and just head back to the train station in defeat. It was a bummer, but that's life sometimes, and on the walk back, I ended up running into a lot of wholesome people who were making the best of living in this rotten place. I listened to this guy play guitar for a little while, I found someone else playing one of those metal UFO things, and I actually ended up having a seat with this guy who lived out of a small shack on the side of the road, and we talked for a bit about where I lived and worked and just about life in general.
Live around here? Work. No, I live up in Japantown, actually.
You can hear that I actually laughed at myself in the moment at the start of that clip because I heard myself talking to this guy and it was just like so earnest. I wasn't streaming at this point, and I think you can see it on my face. I was literally just talking to him like it was a real human being, and he was even sort of responding, and it just struck me as so wholesome that I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Eventually, we took 1/8 of a shot of Calavera Feliz together and headed off to catch my train up to the dance club. The train dropped me off a few blocks away from Totentans, and it took a little bit of wandering to find it because I hadn't studied the map enough, but eventually I stumbled across it and headed inside to try and let loose a little bit before my day off came to an end. The vibes in here overall are pretty great. There's a dance floor where you can dance, another shout out to CD Projekt Red for adding that button. There's a bar for drinks, there's a variety of lounge areas, and even a precarious balcony you can step out onto to look out over the city at night. I even ran into one of our regulars from the Ginger Panda throwing up over here.
Whoa, wait! This is that guy!
We did a lot of fun stuff at the club, but there were really two moments that stuck out to me. The first one was, after dancing to some techno music on the floor for a while, they started to play a song that I didn't like. So I went over to the bar to grab a drink and catch my breath, and then I decided to head out of the main area of the club and out onto that precarious balcony where I found two other people. One of them was just chilling, enjoying the view, and the other one was having a panicked phone conversation. Now, if you've never spent time going out to bars or clubs or parties, I cannot tell you how spitting of a feeling this was. Going from a super loud environment with lots of strobe lights flashing to a relatively quiet, calm area outside in a city is such a subtle, real moment that I've experienced countless times in real life, and to see it in this context, especially after having spent so many hours pacing back and forth inside of a restaurant, was really captivating. And then the other moment that really stuck with me was later in the night. I was thinking about heading back home, but I decided to dance to one last song, and when I got onto the dance floor, I ran into this guy who I decided to dance with, and his dancing opening animation was so enthusiastic, it was so engaged with me, that I legitimately felt like I had a real moment with a real person at a loud club. Like one of those missed connections, you know? I've thought about that guy every day since finishing this challenge. But all good things must come to an end, so I said my goodbyes and headed back out onto the street and walked towards the train station. On the train ride home, I was basically completely silent and staring out the window. At this point, I had been streaming for about 13 hours, so fatigue was really setting in. But if you're gonna hit a point of fatigue, having it happen right after a night out at the club is pretty fitting. By the time I was getting home, the city was coming alive again and the sun was coming up, but I still had just enough time to get my full 6 hours of sleep and head back into work the next day.
You want to file free? Hit it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 6.
Back to work today, and unfortunately, we learned that the city requisitioned our favorite vending machine last night, so we're going to have to come up with a new morning routine.
Wait, where's our vending machine?
Plus, we're in a little bit of a rush on account of waking up late. So we snagged a Nicola, one of those Hollow Bites pies, and decided to just tough it out until the end of our shift for a proper meal. All my food service homies know what that's like.
Good morning, everybody.
We're back in the restaurant for our final 2 shifts, and I was unironically excited to tell my coworkers about my day off. I think part of it was that I had actually grown a little attached to them, and I was feeling parasocial. But it also had the added benefit of giving me something stimulating to do to pass the time. Unfortunately, our #1 listener, Chloe, had the day off, and Lucille, who you might remember from day 1, had returned to work as our line cook. So that's a bummer, but Armando was still here, so he would have to do. Now, funnily enough, the guy we ran into at Totentanz last night, the guy who was throwing up all over the place, did not come into the restaurant today. I guess he must have stayed out a little bit too late. But there was this mysterious woman sitting in the corner back here.
You look like you might have been at Totentanz last night. Were you there?
Do I know you?
Oh, maybe you do. Maybe we met each other at Totentanz. Did you stalk me all the way here? You rode the bus home or what? No, you're not going to tell me. You're not going to tell me. Got it, that's fine.
I had entered a flow state with the NPCs by this point. I was having full bi-directional conversations with them, despite the fact that each of them only had 2 spoken lines, and I was basically able to do it with every single one of them every single day, including one of my favorite recurring conversations on day 6 with one of our favorite regulars in one of our favorite seats. This is the What's Up in the Big World lady from day 1, but today she's having an existential crisis in front of a steaming pile of dumplings, and I was trying to cheer her up when I accidentally made a disturbing observation about her elbows.
Replacing your elbows with fake elbows. That is weird, because think about that. Then you have real flesh.
Why even try?
I'm not trying to freak you out. I'm really not. But you do have real flesh that you're moving, but it's not actually connected to the rest of your flesh. It's you're kind of telepathying like a piece of flesh that's physically now disconnected. Like you're controlling a hand. I'm freaking you out, aren't I?
Oh, God. Nothing makes sense.
The energy of day 6 is definitely different than previous days. I'm tired enough that I'm fully immersed in the exercise, barely thinking about what I'm saying, just slowly becoming one with the ginger panda. I was sort of like Bootstrap Bill, you know, from Pirates of the Caribbean, where he was like part of the ship, part of the crew. Love that guy. Eventually, to pass the time today, I decided to count all of the little buttons on these non-slip mats on the ground. The answer was 5,452, and then I almost got into a little argument with Armando about his incessant chatter.
I'll be honest, Armando. Most of the time, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a rush here.
Eventually, 10 o'clock rolled around, and everyone, including the lady having an existential crisis, disappeared into nothingness just like they always did. I wrapped up all my duties, and I said goodbye to everyone. I decided that as a reward for making it through a long day, instead of a vending machine burrito, I was going to treat myself to some noodles from one of the street vendors near my apartment building, a 1/8 sized portion, of course. And then I headed in for an early bedtime to catch up on sleep.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 7 of coming out of our apartment.
I had finally made it to the final day. It was about 10 p.m. in real life at this point, and I had been streaming for close to 15 hours straight. But despite my general exhaustion, I was definitely feeling a little nostalgic. I took a little extra time to absorb the elevator ride and walk through my apartment lobby before grabbing my morning drink, grabbing a snack for later, and heading off to work. My hope for today was that we would get to come across a lot of our favorite customers one more time, hear some of those iconic voice lines, and that the energy of it being our last day would help the time go by quickly. But really, my main concern at the time was whether or not the blue-haired line cook Chloe would return so that I could fill her in on my day off and say a proper thank you for helping me get through what was a long, frustrating, and meaningful experiment. But unfortunately, when I opened the door to say hello to everyone,
Who the fuck is that?
a brand new line cook was working today, not Chloe or Lucille, and it was actually the person who served me my noodles outside my apartment building last night. Now obviously, the way this is working in the context of Cyberpunk is that the game has a set of line cook NPCs that they swap out randomly at any given line cook station in the game, and we must have just gotten lucky that for every other day of work we had only seen 2 of these models in our restaurant. But this moment illustrates something that I think is really amazing about both video games and the human brain, which is that in my head, I didn't really think to myself, oh, we got a random NPC, too bad. I thought to myself, I guess last night I must have told the noodle stand worker about my job, and then she came in this morning looking for a new job, and maybe Chloe called out today so that Armando decided to hire this new noodle stand lady on the spot. Just by sheer chance of numbers and a commitment to the role, my little brain fleshed out a believable story, which just goes to show how good the human mind is at picking up on patterns amidst total random chaos. Anyway, I processed that my favorite coworker wasn't going to be here for my last day, and decided to try and get to work. Returning customers today include our friend who we ran into throwing up at Totentanz the other night, and I had a great conversation with him about what I was doing with my life after this job.
Where are you off to?
Oh, you know, I got bigger and better things. My time in Night City's been really fun. It was nice to see you at the Totentanz. I noticed you didn't come in yesterday, which is reasonable.
The lady in black sunglasses is back as well, another recurring character from day 1. The lady who followed us home from Totentanz yesterday is also back, sitting in the exact same seat, but now she's trying a new strategy where she acts all mad at me because her being flirty yesterday didn't work.
The fuck do you want?
But the real victory on our final day is over here, at the existential staring at your hand table. This lady, who has been with us most of our workdays, has come back again at the same table as yesterday, only instead of being in an existential crisis, her original personality from day 1, the first personality that really gave us joy during this experiment, has been placed back into her body.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
It was a beautiful little full circle moment, and it almost made up for the fact that some of the other people we wanted to see today weren't going to make it in. As the day wore on, the novelty wore off, and I started feeling lazy and getting bored, similar to a real final shift at a restaurant. I didn't really want to pretend to bus tables anymore. I didn't want to pretend to sweep at the end of the day, and I didn't want to pretend to make small talk with our new line cook. She had rude energy. The one new thing I noticed on this shift was that the jukebox over here wasn't centered with the tables or the pillars. It's like 10% too far to one side, which is neat because it means that every single day I had come to work, I found new things to notice. I never ran out, no matter how much time I spent walking back and forth.
You know I love falling on a budget, so that's why I tried out Mint Mobile. The cool thing is that you can buy months in bulk, so the more you buy up front, the more you save. So you know that I got the 12-month package. I haven't had to pay a phone bill in over half a year now. Right now, new customers get 50% off of any of Mint Mobile's unlimited plans, so shop now and save.
Sexier than a salmon seersucker suit on a summer Sunday.
After another hour of working, it was nearly 10 p.m. and it was time for one final round with all the customers before they disappeared into the void. I'll be honest, saying goodbye to everyone here was a weird combination of relieving but also sad. I'd successfully hijacked my nervous system by forcing myself into such strict behaviors for so long that I was actually feeling kind of melancholy about all these weirdos. And there are a lot of lessons you could take from that about the nature of getting immersed in a piece of art, but for me, I think my main takeaway is something I've always said on this channel. If you want to get more out out of something, put more into something. This goes for games, it goes for movies and other forms of art, but it also goes for your relationships, your health, and your life overall. It's not always easy. Sometimes it's incredibly tiring and frustrating and annoying and dumb and long and arduous. But those feelings aren't actually that big when you're walking around a restaurant earnestly saying goodbye to a whole bunch of background lines of code that look and act like really weird human beings. Before I knew it, 10 o'clock rolled around and everyone was gone for the last time. I quietly did my closing duties and then, just before the end of the shift, asked Armando if he would do a shot of Calavera Feliz with me to celebrate my last day. And he responded in the only way that he knew how.
Okay.
We took it together, sort of, and I took one last look at the place I had just spent so many hours inside of before heading out back towards home to eat one last meal of noodles outside my apartment complex. Little did I know, the game had one final surprise for me. Remember how I said that it seemed as though the lady who served me noodles last night ended up coming in to get a job at the Ginger Panda, taking Chloe's place? Well, you're not going to believe who ended up working at the noodle stand outside my apartment in her place.
No fucking way. Look who's at the noodle stand.
Now, I'd like to tell you that I sat down at this noodle stand, ate my noodles, and reminisced with Chloe about the long week I had just had. But unfortunately, in my excitement, I accidentally hit the wrong button, punched one of her customers in the back of the head, frightened her away, and caused the cops to be called. But the important thing here is that now we know she's still out there. Somewhere in Night City, Chloe is there. And not just in my game. She's somewhere in your game, too. I'm Minnie Austin. Thanks for watching.
If you don't like the way you write love songs, sing something better. You can pay every way you've been for me. On my side, it's been too long for us to talk about anything we haven't before.
Hey, it's Adam with Vanish. All right, so what you've just seen right there is me using our laser strike system, which takes it a little...
On the northern edge of the map in Cyberpunk 2077, you will find this, a highway stretching into the distance beneath a sign that says, now leaving Night City. If you try to walk down that road, the game just warps you right back. Same goes for the southern edge of the map. There's a mysterious border checkpoint that prevents you from heading off into the outside world, and if you get too close, immediate death. These 2 points are where Night City ends, and everything the game has to offer, every neon sign, every advertisement, and every incredible NPC is somewhere in between them. But how many people have really laid eyes on everything there is to see on this map? Have any of you guys seen this weird place? Or this giant orb? I didn't think so. So today I'm walking from one end of the map to the other. No fast travel. Just a slow, steady trip through the neglected margins of Cyberpunk 2077. Along the way, I'm gonna stop and show you 11 strange places that I found. Places that feel forgotten, or unremarkable, or just fundamentally odd. These aren't quite places that you're not supposed to go, but they're definitely places you're not supposed to go. You know what I mean? We're gonna start all the way down south at that border checkpoint I showed you, and the very first place I want to show you is right next to it. The border wall. As you might expect, a giant wall that blocks people from coming or going is not the most inviting piece of infrastructure, and walking along it out into the desert is a very lonely experience. There's almost nothing to look at out here. The wall just stretches on and on and on, and the desert is just an endless collection of shrubbery and dirt. The fact that they let you come out here at all is almost funny to me. When you first get here, there's a very large warning sign telling you not to enter, but as long as you kind of stay back here by the wall itself, it's mostly pretty safe. Why would you have a giant swath of empty lands that you don't want the player to go into, and you actively try to kill them if they go into it, but then you still let them go into it? I'm obsessed with places like this. Every once in a while, you'll stumble across a little structure or a car that just sits out here burning forever. If you stick with it long enough, the wall eventually starts to climb up a bit, allowing you to get high enough that you can actually jump and see over it into a strange out-of-bounds lake area. Allegedly, this is California. If you turn and face the other direction, you get a distant view of the city, and if you stick around until it becomes dark, you can really see it come alive. It's almost nostalgic, especially if you've played the game, to realize that all of those little moments you had with it take place in that large glowing mass of metal and light. Also, look closely. That dried up little stream down there is actually going to be something that we stop and look at a little bit later, because it contains my favorite pile of trash in the entire game. I think that's stop number 3 or 4 on our list. First, we have to do stop number 2, the Liminal Space Industrial Farm. Just kidding. Stop number 2 is actually MeUndies. MeUndies is the sponsor of this video, which I think is fitting because the guy that they got to model their boxers would fit right in on a billboard in Cyberpunk 2077. I'm not going to hold these the whole time, but this is just proof that I purchased MeUndies that I wear every day. Here's a fun fact about MeUndies. They're really comfortable underpants. I finally bought some of the ball caddy ones that they kept recommending to me, and I like them even more than I like the original ones. They have boxers, they have briefs, they have bralettes, they have shirts, pajamas, jumpsuits, not jumpsuits, whatever they're called. Just a ton of good stuff. We talk a lot about how comfortable these underpants are, and they're very comfortable, but today I want to talk about how long these underpants last. Because on my last video, I got this comment. I've never written a comment about a sponsor segment, but I've had mine for like 6 years. That's longer than all the jeans I currently own. Okay, number 1. Congratulations to MeUndies for making the longest lasting underwear of all time. But number 2, I feel like 6 years is an insane amount of time to have the same underwear. Am I just out of touch? Is this normal? Anyway, get 20% off your first order plus free shipping by going to MeUndies.com/AnyAustin. Enter promo code AnyAustin. You know the drill. We love MeUndies in this house. As long as they keep paying me. Can I say that? I mean, I would love them anyway. I just wouldn't tell you about them if they didn't pay me. That's how the business works, okay? Anyway, where are we going next? Oh, yeah. The Liminal Space Industrial Farm. Welcome to Biotechnica Farms, a gigantic area of land that is covered in soulless warehouses for farming something. I read online that in the lore they're farming bugs to turn into cheeseburgers, but I don't know if that's actually true. Walking around the crisscrossing roads of this vast collection of buildings is a really strange experience. It's a huge operation with greenhouses as far as the eye can see and gigantic industrial pipes going all over the place, but there is nobody here. It's just a huge, self-sufficient fully automated farm area. Every once in a while, you stumble across a trash can filled with the kind of trash that only humans would make, and there's an abandoned vehicle or two, but aside from those vague hints at life, it's just rows and rows and rows of soulless automated agriculture. It feels like the higher-ups at this fictional company just kept laying off people here for efficiency reasons until one day they accidentally laid off the last worker, and then the plant just continued operating automatically via robots, leaving behind little traces of human existence. I walked around here for about half an hour before I stumbled upon this, the only building that could be entered, at least that I found. It's a huge place. It's just an abandoned garage with some unopened boxes. There's a security station that's left unmanned with the screen still on, and this is exactly the type of place I wanted to find today, somewhere that feels half finished, somewhere that it seems like we aren't meant to go, but that we can still go, with things we weren't really meant to look at, but that we can still look at. I highly recommend this place, and we've got a few other excellent places like it on our list, so let's continue. The next place is going to be almost a complete 180 from Biotechnica Farms way back out over the desert. This is that dried up stream that I mentioned earlier. Now, it may seem like this is no big deal, right? It's just a stream. But when I stumbled across this, I was pretty shocked, because Cyberpunk does not seem like a game that would have a stream. I think a big part of that is that the map in this game basically has no topography on it, so it's not easy to see a bird's eye view of any potential valleys or rivers. But also just like the whole aesthetic of the game is the complete opposite of what I would consider a pleasant nature hike. I thought all we'd get for rivers is just a bunch of creepy canals and a like giant still ocean. So when I saw this stream, I was pretty excited. Walking around this little stream is cool in its own right, and I'm genuinely curious where it begins, but instead of going down a hydrology rabbit hole, I need to show you something that I thought was seriously incredible. A pile of trash. No, I'm not kidding. Cyberpunk is a game full of trash, and most of the trash are these white and blue and black bags just thrown all over the place, including apparently in a stream. But the reason this pile of trash is so incredible is not so much what it is, but where. Let's do a little bit of role play for a moment. Imagine you're someone on a road trip in Cyberpunk 2077, heading down this road with a bag or two of trash that you need to get rid of, and let's pretend you don't care about the environment at all, but you do care about being seen looking like you don't care about the environment. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna look for the nearest pull-off, pull over, and then just throw all your stuff into the creek where no one will see it. People in Cyberpunk drive on the right side of the road, so you'll pull over here, park on the right side of the road, and then walk up to the nearest edge of the creek to dump your trash. And this is exactly where CD Projekt Red put all of the trash bags. They didn't just put them randomly around. They didn't put them on the left side of the bridge. They didn't have them piled up in the middle. They're exactly where they would be if this was a real world with real people littering in a stream. It's one thing to put extra thoughtfulness into the details that people will actually be expected to look at, but to put extra thoughtfulness into something like this just blows my mind. That's why I did that thing where I pretended my mind was exploding. Anyway, that's all I have to say about this little stream. Let's keep walking. Heading further north and inching closer to Night City itself brings us up this road and past a weird little party that's happening with no music. Figured I'd just show you that for a moment.
Beautiful day, huh?
It's just kind of charming, I feel like. But that's not what we're here to look at. The actual place we're gonna go is just across the road.
Can I get 2 slices of pizza?
No.
Of course, honey.
No, you never ever finish 2.
Hello?
Mr. and Mrs. Cannon. I'm Deputy Chief for the U.S. Embassy. Your daughter, Katie, has been found. She's alive.
It's very important you fully prepare yourself for what you're about to see. No sudden moves. No loud noises.
Hey, Butterfly. It's Mom and Dad.
Yeah, we are here. We're here.
She's been missing for 8 years. What was our daughter doing in a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus?
She just needs our care and lots of love.
How many others were found?
57.
How many of them were still alive?
What happened to Katie? What really happened to her?
Saludto, Señor de los Milagros. Say something. Saludto, Señor de los Milagros.
Say something.
Puedes transformar lo imposible, querida.
Say something.
Say something!
Amén.
Say something.
Don't worry, Grandma. It's fun to be dead.
I just want my daughter back.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
This place is incredible. We are underneath the solar panels in a giant solar energy plant. It's a forest of concrete and rare earth elements as far as the eye can see, and we are totally free to just walk around underneath it without restriction. Much like the giant industrial farm that we looked at earlier, this is a great representation of another thing that makes Cyberpunk so seriously notable. Massive scale infrastructure that is of no utility to the player. In a recent video, I spent some time talking about airport design in Grand Theft Auto 5, and I made an offhand comment about how no one would want a game with a realistically sized airport because it would take up half the map. Funnily enough, if you look at Cyberpunk's map, the amount of space taken up by this solar energy plant combined with the agricultural plant that we just looked at is nearly as much space as the size of the entire city, so I guess I was wrong. I don't know that I've ever seen a game do this before, create appropriately proportioned utility infrastructure that's accessible to the player and doesn't seem to serve any function other than being there for world building. It's insane behavior to spend that much time creating spaces this large only to have them remain totally in the background as props. I just love it. And I love that we can walk around here. I highly recommend you do so. Now, at this point, we're pretty much ready to enter Night City itself, and we're going to do so on a little side road so that we can stop off in the outer neighborhood of Rancho Coronado, or as they say in Cyberpunk, Rancho Coronado. I always liked Rancho Coronado because compared to a lot of the rest of the game, it felt weirdly familiar. It could almost pass as a city I might have lived in at one point, and it's here that we find our next stop on this tour. Residential backyards. Much like Grand Theft Auto 5, the backyards in Cyberpunk 2077 are extremely liminal. Nobody ever hangs out in them, they're always weirdly cramped, and generally they have nothing in them at all. A few exceptions to that rule include this backyard, which has some lazy boy chairs in a perfect spot to get dripped on by this window unit air conditioner. The poor people of Cyberpunk apparently still do not have central AC, even though it's, what, 50 years from now? Whatever. This blue house next door to that has one of my favorite backyards in a video game ever. Check this out. What in the fuck are they doing back here? Is this real? I think I would have to do an entire 20-minute video just about this house to figure out what's going on here. Where's Grady when you need him? This is probably the most detailed backyard in the neighborhood. It has a pool, some beach chairs, and a beach umbrella with what looks like some kind of UV light bars under it, which kind of defeats the purpose of an umbrella, but you know, hey, people in Cyberpunk do all sorts of crazy stuff. And then lastly, there's this backyard, which I just wanted to show you because it has a really strange bump in it. This might literally be the only bump like like this on the entire map. Kind of just looks like a mistake, but please do not patch it out. CD Projekt Red, please leave it, please. If you make Cyberpunk 2 in the same map like Breath of the Wild, this bump better still be here. I'm gonna be pissed. Also in Rancho Coronado is the next place I want to show you, and I have to prepare you guys. I am obsessed with this location. This location that you're about to see, this is not the last that you're gonna see of this location on this YouTube channel. I promise. And yes, that's a threat. Pizza shop title. Welcome to Pie Z, or possibly Pies, an incredible, overstimulating pizza chain in Cyberpunk 2077. The first thing you notice when you walk into this place is the noise. There are 10 TVs on full volume playing 10 different things at any given time in this pizza shop, from sexual advertisements to news conferences to crime reports to political debates. It's insane. But on top of that, you've got bugs, garbage, a wall of pizza ovens, crazy purple and gold aesthetic. Nobody's eating pizza. They're just drinking coffee. They tried to serve this lady French fries and she got so mad that it wasn't coffee, she threw them on the ground. It's just an absolute nightmare in here. The only spot in the entire place to get a break from the overstimulation is the second stall in the bathroom. This is not a joke, I spent 3 hours in here the other day and it wasn't enough. I want to be locked in this building for 24 straight hours to see what it would do to my brain. Incredible, but we have to move on. Now we've got to double back a bit to show you the next spot on our trip, which is the stadium near Coast View. This is a classic type of spot that we like to look at here on the channel because it's the back of a gigantic structure that no one is supposed to look at, and those are always cool and weird. But aside from being cool and weird, there's also a very subtle and impressive detail hidden right beneath our feet. You notice all this sand? Here's a question for you. Where does sand come from? Well, just like most sand, it comes from there being sand, and then the sand that there is blows from where the sand is to where the sand wasn't, which puts the sand where it will be, which in this case is right here. It blows from places is what I'm trying to say. Now notice how this sand is all gathered up on the south face of the stadium, and that just so happens to be the face of the stadium that faces out towards the desert. Hello? Who's doing this? Who's putting these details in this game? What's crazy about all the stuff we've looked at so far is that we have barely scratched the surface of these types of incredible little places in Cyberpunk 2077, and despite the fact that I have 3 more places to show you, I'm leaving out literally hundreds of other spots. This video could probably be 4 hours long, and if I had more than 2 weeks to put together a video, maybe it would be. It probably still wouldn't though, because I get distracted and I want to do other things. Oh well. Next up, we're heading into the main business hub of Night City, Corpo Plaza. This is the place with huge skyscrapers, suffocating aesthetics, and uncharacteristically clean streets. Much like a real downtown that's been overfunded by corporations, it has these little nooks of dead space that nobody has figured out a use for. Places that feel like you're trespassing, but you're not because nobody actually cares about them, like this little space between one of the office buildings and the safety barrier, or this weird little public park thing that nobody really uses, or this row of abandoned porta potties. But my personal favorite of all the strange areas around here are these weird little brain relaxation boxes with trees and these bird sounds playing in them. No NPC ever comes inside of these, but you can go, and it's kind of peaceful but kind of weird. They have these doors that you can open, but they're always blocked, so you can't actually go through them. This one just opens up into a wall. I don't know, it's weird. I'm not sure how I never noticed these before, so there you go. Continuing north out of the city center, we end up on one of the bridges over the canals into Little China, and what we're gonna do is swan dive off of the bridge here into the water and then up onto this little garbage beach.
Find your perfect tax expert, whatever your tax situation might be. Hand off your taxes to an expert who gets you with TurboTax Expert Full Service.
When a protein bar spills in your outfit, you change your outfit. And when Mint offers you half off all of their unlimited plans, you grab it before it's gone. Have we forgotten what unlimited means? Unlimited means unlimited. That should mean something at half off. 50% off for unlimited anything is amazing. This offer is on a timeline. Take advantage of this offer before it's too late, because it's not gonna be up forever. Time is ticking, you know what to do.
All along the main canals that separate the different neighborhoods in Night City, you can find spots like this, usually full of garbage, but always feeling really disconnected from the rest of the game, kind of like you're taking a peek backstage and seeing how the sausage is made. Only in this sense, I guess this is still the sausage because it was put here by the developers, same as everything else, so the metaphor doesn't really work. One cool detail about this particular spot is the placement of the trash, kind of a running theme in this video. I wonder if I could do a whole video all about just the trash in Cyberpunk. Definitely could. Anyway, notice how on this side of the canal there's no trash, and on this side there is trash. The side with no trash is the rich, hyper-corporate side, and the other side is the less rich, run-down side. It's a very subtle detail, but it's a cool little world-building bit. I also just want to take a moment to really appreciate the trash texture in this game. It's just got a really cool mix of miscellaneous metallic objects that all somehow simultaneously look like every appliance I've ever seen, while also being totally unrecognizable. I haven't seen a trash texture this good since Clanker's Cavern in Banjo-Kazooie. Wow, we have really made a lot of progress so far, haven't we? From all the way down here at the border, up here through the farms, over to the creek, and then up to the solar panels and the houses and the pizza shop and the stadium and the city center. We are almost out the other side of the city, but we have one more stop along the way to make before we get there, and it is incredible. The Arasaka waterfront. Most of the area around the Arasaka waterfront is locked off from the player, but if you take the time to swim out and around from the south, which does take a while because swimming in this game is really slow, you can reach this spot with a giant red pipe. Follow that pipe up, and eventually you can drop down onto this little garbage beach that looks out towards the Pacific Ocean. A lot of garbage beaches in this game. You know, there are 1,000 things that make video games such an intimate, diverse, and meaningful form of art, but I think finding a little spot like this, especially one that probably wasn't really meant to be accessed, is one of my favorite things. But it gets even better. Actually, it gets way better, actually. So check this out. You're gonna need the double jump skill to do this, but if you jump from this pipe onto this street lamp and then run and jump onto this catwalk, you can gain access to the entire fully abandoned Arasaka waterfront shipping yard. This was not a place that was intentionally put here to be accessed by the player, and there is absolutely no one here. Just shipping crates and super sterile industrial port equipment, giant long docks with nothing on them, creepy little rooms through the windows of the buildings. There's this weird smoke that comes from nowhere and follows me as I turn my head. And then my favorite object here, and one of my favorite objects in the entire game, this gargantuan orb. I've talked about it a million times before, and I will a million times after, but I really love it when a game developer isn't overly precious with their less polished sections of a game world. I like when I'm allowed to take an hour to walk through a boring, empty place that was mostly meant to serve as set dressing to look at from far away. I want to be able to get lost in the middle of nowhere, and I don't feel cheated when there's nothing to do. I mean, look at this. It's a long, empty road leading nowhere. A frozen shipping port with no signs of life. This whole area has such a weird backstage vibe to it, and I feel privileged to be able to show it to you. Now, the only problem is, once you're up here, it's kind of hard to get out because you weren't supposed to get here. Your only option really is to jump into the ocean and start swimming back to shore, which takes forever, but I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. Swimming from the Arasaka waterfront north eventually leads us onto a beach and then up onto a road. Taking a left on this road is gonna take us to our final stop on this journey, and one of my favorite types of places in a video game. A forever road. This is a term that I just came up with right now, so let me explain. There are lots of ways for an open world game to do boundaries. In Grand Theft Auto, it's usually with water. Some games use mountains or walls. A lot of games use invisible walls. And some games, like Cyberpunk, use a warning system. See how if I try to go out this way, the game tells me to stop, and then if I don't stop, it just zaps me back in the other direction? That's a warning system. It's not a hard wall. It kind of lets you go, then it prevents you. Invisible walls and warning systems can take a lot of different forms, but my favorite form is the Forever Road. Now, this is a road that extends into the distance beyond the sight of the character, never to be explored by the player. Forever Roads do such a good job of creating the feeling that there really might be something out there, something beyond the edge of the map. After all, this road must go somewhere, right? Letting us walk right up to the edge and look out into the distance really helps sell the illusion that this game is set within a wider world. The first time I remember seeing something like this was in Fallout New Vegas, but I would love to make a video on them. So if you know of any other games with these forever roads, please post them down below. Now, one interesting thing about this spot in Cyberpunk is that no cars ever drive up here. Because of the way the game handles spawning traffic, you can only see cars if you walk a little ways back towards Night City, but if you get too close to the barrier, they just stop spawning entirely. No matter what time of day it is or how long you wait, even the NPCs don't bother to come up here unless they absolutely have to. It's a desolate place that almost feels like the credits to a movie. You know, you look up at that sign, now leaving Night City. You've almost escaped from the chaos. The normal world might just be out there yet, but you can't get to it because you're not allowed. I'm Annie Austin, thanks for watching, and thank you for letting me take you on this journey. I actually do appreciate it because I really liked it. I'm Annie Austin, thanks for watching.
Everybody likes me, everybody likes me, everybody likes me. Everybody likes me, everybody likes me, everybody likes me. Everybody likes me, everybody.
A few hours into a recent Cyberpunk 2077 playthrough, I stumbled across something unexpected. A dried up stream in the middle of the desert. The reason I was surprised to see this is because Cyberpunk isn't the kind of game where you would expect to find quiet nature spots. Most of it is bright neon lights, atmospheric nightclubs, and scary industrial infrastructure, so naturally I wanted to know where this stream came from. At the time, this sounded like a simple thing to figure out. What I didn't realize is that it would lead me straight into the most complicated infrastructure puzzle we've ever tackled on this channel. I picked a point in the middle of the stream, and then I traced both directions all the way to their endpoints, plotting the shape of it onto a map so I could see it all from above. Now, I'll talk more about some of the interesting details of this stream later on, but the main point is that it turns out this stream doesn't really start or end anywhere. The southern end of the stream just stops in the middle of the desert, and the northern end of the stream does exactly the same thing. I probably don't need to tell you this, but streams don't usually start and stop in the middle of nowhere. That wouldn't make any sense. And the more I looked around, the more I started to realize that there's a lot of water-related stuff in Cyberpunk 2077 that doesn't seem to make any sense. Like the canals going through Night City that are filled with undrinkable ocean water, or this little stream that somebody took the time to fill with trash. Or, maybe the strangest thing of all, this huge empty dam with another dam right behind it. That would never, ever happen in real life. So is this just the most insane video game water system we've ever seen? Or is there something else going on here that may explain why Cyberpunk's unusual hydrology actually makes sense? Let's find out. One of the things people often forget about streams is that they're basically just water spilling all over the place. Spilling down a mountain, or spilling through the forest, or spilling over a cliff. One of my favorite reminders of this is looking at aerial footage of Niagara Falls, because you can really clearly see how, even though we think of a waterfall as a singular object, it's actually just a whole mess of water spilling over a cliff. So when we look at this stream in Cyberpunk, our first question is, where is this water spilling from? And the answer, as I told you before, is nowhere. At least not that I can see. But the thing is, this stream is not exactly in great shape. Look, come here. There's barely any water left in it. It's a puddle. So maybe the place that the water came from isn't there anymore. Maybe there was a lake here that dried up, or an ancient river that got redirected because of an earthquake. The only way we're going to figure that out is by wandering around looking for clues. So that's our first step. The first thing you notice about this stream is that they've got a lot of the basic details right. Cleaner, heavier rocks in the middle, lighter sediments and mud on the side, and plant growth mostly up on the sides as well. That's a good sign. The stream continues down a ways until we hit this bridge, and right underneath this bridge is really the only detail in this entire area that might be relevant to our investigation: a pipe with water coming out of it. Typically, a pipe like this that just drains into an open stream is used for storm water, like the water that goes into the gutters on the street. It's not usually going to contain sewage, because discharging sewage into natural waterways is really bad for people's health. Shout out to the Clean Water Act of 1972. Now, this pipe gives us two questions to answer. One, where is the water dripping out of this pipe actually coming from? And two, could this pipe actually be the source of this stream? Well, the answer to the second question is almost definitely no. The pipe is in the middle of the stream, and unless something really weird is going on, water doesn't flow in two directions at once. That's just not how streams or physics works. The first question is harder. You'd assume that the water is coming from the area above the bridge, but when you climb up there, there's nothing. There's no storm drains, there's no working buildings, no pipes, no infrastructure really at all. So for now, this is just our mystery pipe. We will set it aside. But don't forget about it, because it's going to come back later. Aside from that pipe, there's pretty much nothing interesting going on in this stream. There's no obvious clues, there's no hidden inlets, nothing that tells us where the water might have come from. Which means if we really want to figure this out, we're going to have to expand our search to the surrounding desert, and sure enough, not far from one end of the stream, I found something that's going to crack this whole situation wide open. A ridge. A very special ridge. This ridge, cutting through the rocks here, is exactly the type of evidence we're looking for to start piecing together this story. And that means that I'm going to tell you about our sponsor, MeUndies, right now. You should pay me for how smooth that transition was. Okay, what is MeUndies? MeUndies is a brand of underwear. This is one of the pairs that I have. All the rest of the pairs are in the wash, so I only have one today. MeUndies come in many shapes and sizes, and they are made out of an extremely premium, ultra soft material, so that when you put them on, you will go, wow, these are so nice on my body. One of my favorite things about telling you guys about MeUndies is that they have a money-back guarantee, so you can buy them, try them, and then if you don't like them, you can just send them back and they'll give you your money back. Obviously, like, if you do that, keep them clean. Don't, like, you know, do anything in them. But for me, that just makes it really easy to be confident in promoting them, because if you buy them and hate them, you can just send it back. But you won't hate them. Everybody likes them. I have seen some people saying, I don't need underpants right now, so I'm not going to buy MeUndies. But I feel like even MeUndies would tell you not to buy MeUndies if you didn't need underpants. But if you do need underwear, these are the ones. They're the best. Anyway, here's the part that I have to read verbatim. Right now, as a listener of my show, you can score sizzling summer deals, like up to 50% off at MeUndies.com/AnyAustin and enter the promo code AnyAustin. It says up to 50%, so I assume there's some stipulation on that, but that's a lot of off. Anyway, do you guys want to know about this ridge? Let's talk about this ridge. A ridge that cuts through the rocks like this is a strong indicator that at some point in the past, water flowed down this mountain. Here we go. You can almost picture it coming over this ridge, down the side of the mountain, and into this stream bed. Could this be where the water that formed this stream originally came from? Let's go take a closer look. As we walk up the mountain, there are definitely some promising signs. You see these little veins? You frequently see these in mountainous areas that get a lot of rain, where the water will flow quickly down the side of a mountain, carving these channels, but then it dries up and all that's left are these little scars. We've also got a clean line of growing grass and plants in the middle here, which is a clear indication that this area gets wet. But the most compelling piece of evidence is up at the top. Drum roll, please. A lake. Okay, so there's a large body of water way up here. We've got a stream bed way down here, and then we have a water-carved ridge in between them. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Could this lake and that stream be connected? Maybe. I don't actually know yet because we haven't looked around up here at all, so let's do that first. One of the first things I noticed when I was walking around up here was the coloration of the ground. You've got sand and dirt further away from the lake that's a little bit dry and lighter colored, but closer to the lake there's damp, darker colored soil, which is an indication that at some point in time recently this lake was filled up higher than it is now. The second thing I saw was subtle but vital. More of those veins we talked about earlier in the distant mountains, indicating that this lake receives inflow when it rains. We've also got this little house, which is built on a raised platform, which is something you would do if you were worried about it flooding. And then finally, check out the garbage, which is clearly coming from the lake, but somehow some of it has gotten pushed way farther away towards the hill with the ridge that goes down to the desert. When you back up and look at this whole system from further away with all of these facts in mind, it looks incredibly obvious. I mean, just look at the veins coming off the mountain and into the lake, and then the veins coming off the lake down the hill and then directly into the stream. I think this stream originally came from this lake, and maybe now we're just in a drought, so the lake only occasionally overflows, which temporarily fills it, but I think this is the source of the whole thing. It's the perfect theory. Now, when I got to this point, I was certain that I basically figured out the answer to our original question, but as you probably guessed, because of how I walked on screen to do meta commentary of the commentary, it turns out that I was completely wrong, because the one thing I hadn't looked at yet was on the other side of the lake, and it's a doozy. You see this big structure over here? This big structure is a dam, and the existence of a dam here means that this lake isn't just a lake, it's technically a reservoir, which is something you would see in real life if you built a dam. The Hoover Dam is a great example of this if you've never seen it before. You see that big lake behind the Hoover Dam? That lake wasn't always there. It was created by the construction of the Hoover Dam. Basically what we did is we put this big fucking thing in the middle of the Colorado River, which obviously caused the river to back up, you know, because it couldn't get through, and then it flooded the area behind the dam, and that flooded area is a reservoir. And a reservoir is used, it's basically just a place to store lots and lots of water for drinking or generating power or to prevent flooding. They're very useful things. That being said, creating reservoirs does have real downsides as well. You know, imagine if you lived in a little town that was sort of along that river, and then suddenly some big shot engineering firm says, hey, we're going to put a dam on the river, so you've got to get out of here because your whole town's going to be underwater. That really sucks. Even if it's a net positive in the long run, which I believe it probably is, somebody coming into your town and saying that they're going to put it under 100 feet of water and there's nothing you can do about it is crazy. It's really crazy. That's a crazy thing to be told. And believe it or not, Cyberpunk actually addresses this very issue, and it's one of the coolest video game details I've seen in ages. There is an entire town underneath the water here. They really did flood a town to create this reservoir, which I think is a surprisingly empathetic bit of environmental storytelling that a lot of players have probably never seen. And it's also a huge clue about the history of water in this whole region, because now we know for sure that at some point this area was dry and had a river flowing through it, and then somebody built a dam and flooded it. It's great information. The other great piece of information that this dam gives us is that it has something called a spillway attached to it. A spillway is basically a big slide for water to go down if it gets too high, sort of like an emergency exit to prevent water from going over the top of a dam. And this particular spillway has gates on it, those big blue things that they can open or close depending on how much water they need to evacuate from the reservoir. Unfortunately, the existence of this spillway creates a big problem for our theory that the river down below came from here, because this lake didn't exist until they built the dam, and a lake can't overflow until it exists. But
you want to file free? Hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately this flight has been canceled. We do have space for one passenger on the last remaining flight today. Do we have a Benjamin Waddleton?
That's me. Woo-hoo-hoo! Benji coming through. Come on, let me have it. I'm going to Hawaii. Can you believe it? Little old me. Mahalo to you, mahalo to you, and a big mahalo to you. Thank you.
Some things shouldn't be celebrated publicly. For everything else, there's ABC.
I need a drink.
But the lake can't overflow once it exists because the water would just go out the spillway before it would ever get high enough to overflow into the desert. Ay, ay, ay. Things get even more confusing the deeper into it we go, because on the other side of this spillway you find a gigantic valley of garbage, and then at the other end of the valley of garbage is another dam. You guys might not understand how absurd this is, but take a look in the comments down below and I guarantee you will see at least one civil engineer pulling their beard out over how insane this is. Let me try to walk you through it, but remember, I'm not a trained engineer. I'm just a guy doing my best. So like we said, the reason you build a dam of this kind is because you want to restrict the flow of a river, and part of restricting that flow means creating a reservoir. What's unusual is that we have a gigantic dam here, but behind it there is no reservoir. There's just garbage. Now that in itself is fine. Sometimes you make a dam, you create a reservoir, and then there's a really bad drought and the reservoir dries up. There aren't any examples quite as dramatic as this in real life, but even the water behind the Hoover Dam itself is at like 30% of its capacity right now because of climate change and chronic mismanagement. So this, the empty area behind this dam, is fine. It definitely could happen. But if this reservoir is empty, if there's no water flowing into it, why would you build a second dam upstream? And how would the reservoir behind that dam fill up, given that the whole place is dry? Or did they build the upstream dam first, creating the reservoir, but then they built a second dam further downstream? But why would you do that? And it gets even weirder when you look through the rest of the game. For example, there are canals throughout the city that are full of water, but if you follow those canals to where they begin, you will find that all the sources of the water in those canals is totally dried up, which means the only place that water could have come from is directly from the ocean, but that would make the water too salty to drink, and generally speaking, the purpose of these canals is to redirect fresh water so that you can use it for drinking or watering plants. And then there's this giant stream of garbage out in the east where garbage bags have infiltrated every little tributary along this water system. Did somebody put all this trash here by hand? Surely not, but then how did they end up in this particular complicated configuration? The whole game's water system is totally absurd. It's so absurd, in fact, that I'm convinced there has to be an explanation. See, the way I figure is that if the game was designed by people who didn't know or care about realism, we would expect to see a badly designed dam that didn't quite make sense, or maybe canals full of ocean water that just don't have any other sources leading to them. But when you're talking about two dams right next to each other, That's a choice. When you're talking about canals that have a place for fresh water to come from, but those places are left dry, that's a choice. You don't accidentally do things like that, especially not to this level of detail. At least, I don't think so. So what we need is a timeline of events, of all of these streams and dams and reservoirs and flooded towns and canals. We need to figure out what things here came first and what things came last. The way I handled this is that I printed out little cards to represent each thing that we talked about, and then I tried to place them together like a puzzle on my kitchen countertop. I also made little pieces to represent droughts and rainy seasons so we could really try to picture the whole area's hydrological history. The first thing I did was I put things together that I knew had to happen in a certain order. The dry town must come before the flooded town, for example. The full reservoir has to come before the empty reservoir. Things like that. I also figured that the formation of the desert stream must have been before all of the other stuff because those things take time, whereas things like dams and reservoirs would have been built by human beings sometime in the last 50 to 100 years most likely. So we were off to a good start. After that, I just started repeatedly and chaotically reorganizing all of the pieces and then just checking to see if it made sense, kind of like how I play Wordle. And then if it didn't make sense, I would just delete it and reshuffle everything. After about 12 configurations, it finally clicked. I had my theory. Here it is. A long time ago, thousands of years ago, there was a particularly rainy few centuries. And these rainy few centuries created ancient rivers and streams that carved out beautiful natural formations in the deserts of California. Eventually, the rain stopped and the area dried up, but the formations remained. Fast forward to more modern times, and the rain has returned, and with it, an ephemeral stream that temporarily fills the ancient stream bed. Not enough to keep it running, but enough to keep it damp. And that is what we saw at the beginning of the video. At this time, there were rivers and streams flowing from the mountains into the Pacific Ocean around the area where Night City was founded, and the city built a series of canals and aqueducts to make use of the fresh water. It's at this time that the city planners coordinated to build the first dam in Night City, the lower dam, in order to hedge against future droughts by creating a reservoir. It's important to point out that at this point, the reservoir wasn't divided into two sections like it would be later. It would have just been one big reservoir stretching from the dam all the way back to its present position. So the town, which would eventually be flooded, couldn't have existed at this point. But then, climate change, or possibly catastrophic mismanagement. Usually it's both. Climate change brings unprecedented drought, and water levels in the reservoir drop to 0 in just a few years. With the reservoir totally empty, the city's trash managers begin to allow overflow from the landfill nearby to fall down the cliffs and into the canyon, which you can see here. Night City is in crisis. Trash bags start getting thrown anywhere and everywhere, including throughout the mountains where the streams, when it rains, then carry the trash bags into that complicated configuration we saw. Government officials fill in the dam outlets with dirt to prevent contaminated water from flowing through into the city when it does rain, and within months, greedy developers begin building housing in the former canal to sell. Night City also probably invested in some sort of desalination technology at this time to make the ocean water drinkable, which would explain all of the pipes pulling water out of the canals. Also around this time, the little town that will eventually be flooded is established, perhaps serving as a safer or more affordable alternative to living in the city itself. But then the rain returns, and with it the original river that was dammed to create the first reservoir. Only this time it creates a problem, because now it's flowing into the garbage-filled canyon, creating a disgusting stew of trash and stagnant water. The city can't reopen the old dam because, one, the water is now incredibly gross, and it would need to be cleaned, and two, they allow developers to snatch up the land to build housing. So if they open the dam back up, they would flood the entire neighborhood with garbage. Seeing an opportunity, somebody else suggests building another dam, this time further upstream to save all of the clean water before it goes into the garbage dump. So they kick everyone out of the town, they build the dam, fill the reservoir, and everybody lived happily ever after, which brings us to 2077. Huh? It's a pretty compelling story. That honestly might be my best hydrology lore yet. The only issue with my theory that I can see is that they put the spillway on the second dam in a place where the water goes directly into the toxic garbage dump rather than somewhere less disgusting. That seems like an odd choice, but hey, this is Night City. Disgusting things happen sometimes. If you have a different theory for how this all ended up how it was, let me know. I'm Annie Austin. Thanks for watching.
I don't know exactly what I wanted to do with my time, and I did it. I don't know exactly what
If we bait them into these positions first,
We can drive them out. Gain the angle. I'll clear the path. Adieu.
Clean.
There's also the distribution center. All those corners.
Plenty of opportunities for surprises.
Let's push them out. I see you.